Deputy Speaker.
Good morning. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? Member for Fenner, are you?
Yes, I'm trying to work out what's going on.
Well, if you are speaking, you need to be on your feet to get the call, and now I'll give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Following the recent decision by the government to cut Commonwealth funding for its core program supporting quality use of medicines, the NPS Medicine Wise has announced it will cease operations at the end of this year. NPS Medicine Wise has, for the past 24 years, provided and consumers. The not-for-profit organisation has been described as having a remarkable track record of excellence in its work. Its great strength was in being an independent organisation at arm's length from government. The work of NPS Medicine Wise has successfully delivered direct savings worth $1.1 billion to Medicare and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, and it is reported to have resulted in demonstrable improvements in patient care and health outcomes for Australians. With the changes being introduced, NPS Medicine Wise's core quality use of medicines functions will move to the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare by January 2023. Its other functions for education were moved to a contested funding arrangement. While it is acknowledged that the Commission is a well-respected body whose work overlaps with that of NPS Medicine Wise, the concern for health professionals is that there will now be no agency with sole responsibility for delivering quality use of medicine programs. This will now just be a small part of the work of the Commission must do on a very reduced budget. Additionally, health professionals worry that contestability in healthcare is usually code for given to the cheapest bidder, and that rarely delivers the best health outcomes. These changes come at a time when the complexity around medicines and their use is growing, and antimicrobial resistance is a serious and mounting threat. An independent, evidence-based quality use of medicine voice in Australia is more important than ever. In this light, the CEO of NPS Medicine Wise has called on the government to conduct and publish a review of the outcomes of these changes in a year's time, including the impact on prescribing patterns and the PBS costs. The review should examine health professionals' perspectives on the changes and whether prescribers feel they still have the resources and support they need to make good prescribing choices around medicines. It should also examine whether consumers feel they still have good access to resources and information. It is also of the utmost importance that the successful work of the NPS Medicine Wise's antimicrobial stewardship program continues. Thank you.
Thank you, and I thank the member for Fenner for his courtesy and patience, and I give you the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Located on the Barton Highway in Gungahlin, Radio 1RPH, Radio for the Print Handicapped, is an independent not-for-profit organisation that provides a radio reading service to people with print disabilities as well as to the general listening public. It is greatly appreciated by those with visual impairments, but also by Canberra's taxi drivers, who often find themselves enjoying being able to listen to the newspaper as they go about their work. The radio station began in humble beginnings in broadcasting from a home in Ainslie in 1985, and since then they have grown and taken on their permanent premises. I want to acknowledge the Executive Committee of Radio 1RPH, Sandra Purser, Libor Pilecki, Ben Senior, Amelia McKenzie and Lois Cutts. I'm looking forward to being back at Radio 1RPH to take a tour of the station, meet and thank volunteers, and perhaps even read some newspaper stories on air. Deputy Speaker, I recently had the pleasure of meeting with recipients of the 2021 Local Sporting Champions Grants. This year, basketballers, rope skippers, swimmers and other athletes joined for the awards and came to my electorate office to hear from Paralympian swimmer Jessie Ongles. Australia's university with the highest number of serious athletes of any university in Australia. He represented Australia at the 2016 and 2020 Summer Paralympics and was inducted into Swimming South Australia's Hall of Fame in 2017. What was terrific about Jessie's conversation was it went to so many of the issues that young athletes face. The challenge of balancing their study with their athletic endeavours. The drawbacks that come from injury and how you keep yourself mentally strong through an injured period. And the importance, as Jessie emphasised, of saying thanks to your parents all the time, every day, for the extraordinary work they do. I want to acknowledge those local sporting champions and their parents for what they give to Canberra's sporting community. Deputy Speaker, congratulations to rower and to Fenner constituent Catherine Ross for her silver medal in the PR2 women's singles sculls at the World Rowing Championships. Catherine Ross became an Australian Paralympic rower after taking up rowing in 2006. She's a four-time world champion and has participated in 4 Paralympics from 2008 to 2020. Catherine and her rowing partner, John McLean, missed out on the gold medal by less than a second. I acknowledge their extraordinary athleticism and also the work that she does at working part-time at the Australian Sports Commission, as well as studying nursing at the University of Canberra.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Wannon.
Disease is still an enormous risk to Australian agriculture, a risk that could impact our economy by $80 billion. In May, my constituents were so concerned with the protocols that were being in place and the lack of transparency on how the timelines will be dealt with to make sure proper security was being put in place to ensure FMD doesn't come to Australia, that they held a rally in Colac and started a petition. And there are hundreds of signatures in this petition that I wish to table today. But more than that, we also wrote to the Minister, Murray Watt, outlining our concerns, outlining the need for transparency around the action that the government should be taken. Sadly, we are yet to see a response to that letter. And with this lack of transparency of the action that's been put in place here in Australia and in Indonesia, my farmers remain very, very concerned, and that's why I seek leave today to table this petition and once and again express our concern with the lack of transparency around what's being done for FMD, especially now that we're hearing reports from the ABC that the Prime Minister's Chief Agricultural Advisor believes the farming of animals is cruel. We need a response from the government, and I seek leave to table this petition.
Is leave granted for the document to be presented?
Granted.
Thank you. You may
Deputy
proceed.
Speaker, Port Fairy is one of the most beautiful towns in my electorate. It's won tourism award after tourism award. But there is one thing which continues to hold Port Fairy back, and that is the taste of its water. Locals know that it needs improving, and tourists who go there sadly find out that it needs improving. Members of the Port Fairy community want to see action taken, and I have 2,000 signatures, both of locals and of tourists, calling for Wannon Water to take action to improve the drinking quality of the water in Port Fairy. Now, there are various options being considered how this should be done, but my constituents have made it loud and clear that they think that piping should be seriously considered as an option for improving the drinking water in Port Fairy, and calls on Wannon Water to engage on the ability for piping for numerous reasons to provide better drinking quality water for the town of Port Fairy. I seek leave to table this petition.
Is leave granted? Thank you. Time's expired. I give the call to the member for Swan.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to recognise the good work of the Foothill Information Referral Service, or FIRS for short, in Forestfield. In August, I met with the Director, Anne Whitby, and the Office Manager, Sue Bateman, at their offices, with the State Member, Stephen Price, MLA. He's the member for Forestfield. I got to hear about the critical role that they've been playing to the Foothill community. I was immediately struck by the determination of Anne and Sue to get stuff done. If you want something done, give it to a busy woman. Since 1998, FIRS has been providing accessible, non-judgmental, non-discriminatory services to individuals and families in mine and the member for Hasluck's electorate. Not content with a one-size-fits-all approach, FIRS understands the importance of providing wraparound services to people and families. This includes financial services, financial counselling, community services, a family law clinic, training and development workshops, playgroups for general kids and autistic children, an ADF partner parenting program, emergency food relief, bill payment support, and referrals to other organisations. This support can be ongoing. For example, people from my community may come in for emergency food relief initially and then find access to financial counselling and services such as the Family Law Clinic or training and workshops. It's this kind of innovation and dedication that means that the long-term success for those people in need of help can happen. As a mother of 2 children, I know that community But for some children and their families, this can be quite challenging. Children with autism spectrum disorder have a diverse way of engaging and participating in social settings, but adjustments can be made. And this is exactly what happens at the playgroup run by FIRS. They welcome families with preschool-aged kids with autism and their siblings, and they build a community and networks among parents and caregivers, and most importantly, the children. A children's earliest years are its most important developmentally. We introduced the Cheaper Childcare Bill yesterday as a part of our government's commitment to increasing the accessibility of early childhood education. We can talk about the economic benefits have in playgroups and in childcare. So it's so fantastic to have FIRS in our community. It's there providing support across a person's life cycle, and I'm glad to have had the opportunity this morning to recognise some of the great work.
Thank you. Member for Herbert.
Deputy Speaker, it's extremely concerning that the Labor government has decided to cut $350 million from the Community Development Grants Program, and that the new government must commit to continue the Building Better Regions Fund. These 2 moves would have very negative consequences for the plans for major projects in the electorate of Herbert. The Community Development Grants Program has been critical in help building 2 of the most important initiatives in Townsville, and something that we've seen been well received throughout my electorate, but also around the country. The first was the Cowboys Community Training and High Performance Centre, and it's really good to have the Minister for Sport here, because I would expect the Minister would support projects like the Cowboys Community Performance Centre, and it's already built, Minister. You should come to Townsville because it's already built. It's clear that the Sports Minister hasn't visited Townsville yet, but I'm sure the Minister will visit soon. Recovery training, emergency services, advanced driver training, and 2.75 kilometres of racing circuit. These 2 projects have delivered more than $100 million in economic benefit for Townsville. And during the last election, the Coalition made 3 further commitments that would have been funded through the CDG program. The result in the electorate of Herbert demonstrates the support for these projects, and I'm encouraging the new government to pick up these projects and announce For far too long, we've seen these games and matches played in either Mackay or Cairns, and we have the facilities, world-class facilities in Townsville, and would like to see them played in Townsville. This would be a significant boost at the participation level, as well as have great economic value to our city. And we know that the Gabba is going to be closed for redevelopment for 2032, so getting lighting at Riverway Stadium would be a benefit. And meanwhile, on the grassroots club level, Jebberoo Park in Condon desperately needs funding for lighting for its baseball diamonds. The project would see both diamonds at Townsville's only baseball fields lit up, and that would allow night fixtures as well as evening training. We have a high number of people that get skin cancers in the north, so this would allow our young children who play these games to get out of the sun. And also, just finally, there's funding for AEIOU. That is a facility for early intervention for children with autism. It's a very significant thing for Townsville, and I'd like to see the government fund it.
Time's expired. Member for Lilley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, my electorate of Lilley was impacted by the devastating Brisbane long-term flood consequences. And our community has been working together to build back and advocate to ensure that beloved places like Toombul Shopping Centre are restored. The Nunda community has really been feeling the loss of Toombul Shopping Centre due to February's floods, and there has been flow-on consequences such as even worse parking issues over at Westfield Chermside. As a result, there are particular accessibility issues for people who depend upon Toombul Shopping Centre because it has both bus and train stations, and that is unique to shopping centre opportunities on the north side. Now, many residents have told me how much it has saddened them to see the site abandoned after it has served our community since 1967. So I am pleased that, to advise the chamber that Mirvac has confirmed Toombul will reopen with retail shops and improved flood resilience, and I look forward to Mirvac in the coming weeks outlining their plans for substantial community consultation about how that more than 155,000 people living in my electorate who are waiting for the first Labor budget to be handed down after 9 long years of waiting. And my community knows that I have been working hard for them to make sure that there will be projects for Lilley in our budget to our region. Like many places in Australia, my electorate of Lilley has felt the impacts of COVID, and we need to see investment in our area, in new initiatives, in new projects that will help to COVID, and it is now back on the Saturday, 8th of October 2022. It is a real highlight for our community in an area that celebrates some of the best of the Australian melting pot, and something in our community to come together at O'Callaghan Park and enjoy local performers, multicultural food and market stalls. Deputy Speaker, Northsiders stick together in tough times, and another example of this is my friend Pat, whom I spoke about when passing our aged care bill earlier this year, the very first bill to pass both the House and the Senate in the new parliament. Unfortunately, this week, Pat's neighbour fall. As I have been here in Parliament, my valued staff member and absolute national treasure, Marion, visited Pat in hospital to ensure that she was going all right. Pat wanted me and us to know that she is doing better, and the Prince Charles Hospital nurses, doctors and supporting staff are looking after her very well, of course, but most of all, the food is great. Pat, we all wish you a very speedy recovery.
Thank you. Member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to express my grave concern that the new Labor government's here $5 million of funding which had been budgeted for the Tormore Reserve in my electorate. Now, for those who don't know, Tormore employment, where there's unfortunately some of the issues associated with lower socio-economic areas, and we are doing everything we can to encourage people to participate work, and they deserve a proper pavilion. Now, this is $5 million, which was the government to try to do anything to see this through. And my been on the books in some cases for decades, and finally we had money to see these projects through. Now, the state to scrap the funding of these projects. Now, these are projects such as the Dorset Road extension, which has been on the books for decades. It's projects implication in my electorate. I'm concerned that they may even scrap $500 million allocated to have that first instalment, to have rapid public transport through to Rowville. Projects. Constituents in outer eastern Melbourne, residents in outer eastern Melbourne, deserve these projects to be seen through and delivered. And I'm calling on this new up and get these projects done.
Which is based in my electorate of Spence. Regrettably, the northern suburbs of Adelaide have certainly felt the impact of the closure of the General Motors end of the manufacturing in the suburb built around it. RAAF Edinburgh and Defence Science and Technology Group, so it's no surprise that our local area launched as a partnership between companies such as Lionsgate Business Park, who now administer the former GMH plant, Century Engineering, EPTech Group, of major defence primes such as Lockheed Martin, Saab Australia, Raytheon, General Dynamics and Northrop Grumman will create confidence in both the quality of works capable within our local area and that of the capacity to undertake large-scale projects which require various forms of specialisation. Business Association, Gawler Business Development Group, list of northern business groups is definitely welcome, particularly during economic times such as this. BAE Systems Australia for participating in the Spence Jobs and Skills Roundtable that I spoke about in this place earlier this week. I would particularly like to thank of Aimpoint, RPL and Sonics respectively for their collaboration throughout the process, that their involvement
the hard-working community organisations in my electorate of Fords, and I'm talking about the Scout movement, and they do a tremendous job. Speaker, the movement was founded in 1907. Approximately 28 million members around the world, including some 70,000 here in Australia. Describes itself as a voluntary. The goal of Scouting is to contribute to the development of young people in achieving their full physical, intellectual, social and spiritual potential as individuals, as responsible like worthwhile attributes that we should be cultivating. The Logan Village Scouts perform an important role in my community, and I'm very proud to support them, along with also the Scouts at the victims of crime when somebody broke into their den and causing considerable damage and stealing a number of valuable items, including the stolen equipment to support their efforts as well. The Logan Village Scout Groups computer and finance some training courses for their volunteers. This is a great example of why governments need to maintain equipment. I want to congratulate the Logan a small contribution towards that replacement, and also had the joy of joining them at the
Deputy Speaker, my community on the Central Coast is home to some of the worst roads in New South Wales. Our road network spans more than 2,000 kilometres, and after recent extreme weather events and local flooding, there are even more potholes and dangerous hazards. To fix tyres and wheels in the state, missing out on the top spot by just one call-out. Locals have told me they avoid driving at night, or they're taking a different. I'm told Council has repaired more than 32,000 potholes on our road network since February. This is investment and infrastructure, but the Albanese government is already delivering for the coast. Deputy Speaker, just last month the Albanese Labor government announced funding for $2 to upgrade Fagans Road at Lisarow between Tuggerah Road at Narara between Mans Road and Racecourse Road. This will see the installation of raised islands with additional roads over the years, some of them which have been fatal. And that's why this upgrade is so important to our community. This funding will go a long way towards improving the safety of people across the coast, and I could deliver these upgrades for our community. But there are many others to invest in our road network and to make sure it's fit for purpose for the future. And we will work closely with Council and the state government and the local community to deliver these upgrades. During the election, we also announced a funding boost for regional areas like the coast, and I will make sure that we get our fair communities like the coast. Deputy Speaker, the Central Coast has been overlooked for years. After close to a decade in power, the former government failed to deliver, but the Albanese government is already
Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements.
(22) Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you. A previous coalition government, and they are due to sunset on 7th of December 2022, and this bill extends the powers until December . Very desire to seek balance, Speaker, between finding the appropriate level of individual freedom . Of course, this speaks very much to the heart of the Liberal movement. It's an often debated position within our party. Modern liberalism, and I think we can trace that back through the writings right back to against the need for governments to protect and to look after the common good. And in absolutist. Important to view this bill within the context not just of the today in the world around us, and those that we can, without risk of being too strong or forceful in it, acknowledge the role for governments to play in communicating so never going too far or delving into the dramatic, but it is it still exists as a threat within our own borders. And, Speaker, I think it's important that we legislation is very much the result make the federation model work. And obviously there's a broader conversation that has happened in this place to update, constantly reassess how the federation model can best come together. Clearly, the responsibility police force and a federalised force continues and will continue on Intelligence and Security Advisory Report on the original counter-terrorism legislation amendment bill of bail nor parole be granted to those persons who demonstrate support for who have links to terrorist activity. This had previously been charged with conspiracy to commit a terrorist attack. The extension of these powers allows sufficient time for Parliament to consider more detailed amendments tools to keep Australians safe. I commend the government for seeking to extend important to end on a note of the bilateral support that exists for the AFP, that has existed and will continue to exist.
I thank the member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Terrorism is one form of politically motivated violence. Under Section 4 of the ASIO Act 1979, it's defined as a specific acts or threats of violence intended to influence defined as terrorism offences, and certain other acts defined in Australian legislation relating to the taking of hostages or activities conducted on ships. 12 safety and security of all Australians, extending 3 key counter-terrorism powers: the emergency stop, search and seizure powers, the control order regime, the Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security presented its report on December 7th of this year. And with the interruption of the federal election this year, I do note and support the additional time needed for the 12 months, the government and opposition can reach a bipartisan position on new legislation the world quietly observed the 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks. For anyone in their late 30s to early 50s, these attacks and although September 11 occurred on foreign soil and Australian lives were lost, the impact of this terrorist attack led to foreign policy decisions that have impact until this day. Most closer to home, we are of course just weeks away from the 20th anniversary of the Bali bombings. Several terrorist attacks and many disrupted plots, including the stabbing of 2 police officers in Melbourne in 20. Currently, Australia's national terrorism threat is listed as probable, meaning that there is credible intelligence assessed by Australia's security agencies indicating that individuals and continuation of key counter-terrorism powers to keep Australians safe. Nonetheless, it is imperative that we provide our intelligence and security agencies with the necessary means to ensure the adequate protection of Australia in the form of religiously motivated violent extremism to be the most concerning. There has been a sharp increase in people becoming motivated by other forms of extremism. Nationalist and racist violent extremists are more active than in previous years, and pros has now reached 50% of ASIO's total onshore counter-terrorism priority caseload for the first time. The terrorism threat facing Australia continues by individuals or small groups. Parliament enough time to consider the complex recommendations of the PJCIS on future updates to these powers.
Right.
Oh. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the bill that's before the House today, the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, Powers and Other Matters Bill bipartisan support as we move forward. It's not whilst I believe none of the measures that are contained in this bill have been acted on in previous times, it's a matter of course that art of counter-terrorism. Now, we will hear a number of speeches today that will give their contributions. On a recent trip that I had, Madam Speaker, and it was waiting that we have in our country. While we were in Israel, we had the opportunity to catch up, it was only a couple of weeks ago, with the Palestinian Prime Minister. Is in their community. The first sense any hotel, there'd be a concierge or a bellboy, is armed with a 9mm Glock. When he made the assumption that we were all Americans, I said, no, we're Australians. And he said, where are you from? And I, not being an Israeli, I didn't think that he was, so I said the closest community to me. I said, Gold Coast. He said, oh, Party City. And I said, yes, you know Gold Coast. He said, yes, I was in Australia more recently. Periodically. And he said, Canberra, the most boringest place in Australia. Rubbish. I'm just reporting the facts. Reporting for us is about counter-terrorism. And over it, and it's a north of 95% accuracy on counter intercepting. Bombs. And ultra-high range missiles. So it was a daunting experience to be there and understand the gravitas of what the world of terrorism looks like. When we not that dissimilar to in our small communities of taken the lives of innocent people. And the government pays them a stipend. It's called paid innocent people, children, with a suicide vest. The higher your family's remuneration, and then you're honoured in perpetuity on these memorial-like stone marking. We grasp what a country that is under constant terrorism threat and I commend them for never having to engage one of them. But the fact that we arm them and the liberties that we have, and the extent that this Parliament will go to protect those, so that every night when we put our head on our pillows, we sleep under a blanket of security, that our forefathers and our AFP personnel will.
Thank you. I thank the Speaker. The question is that the bill now be read.
Key counter-terrorism powers that keep each and every one of us safe from criminal activity. A victim of senseless crime. So while it's vital to implement legislation that keeps Australians safe, we must also remember that we are part of a liberal democracy. We must protect the individual rights of Australians. It is always a matter of striking a balance, and this bill knowing that some terrorists are beyond the brink. Deputy Speaker, the bill before us today is just Australians from harm. Deputy Speaker, as legislators, our responsibility is to prevent radicalisation and rehabilitate violent extremists when possible, to keep the resources and powers to tackle these threats and ensure our country's counter-terrorism programs countering violent extremism was nearly doubled. This is a clear representation of the Coalition's and it's not unexpected, but the bipartisan support for this bill and supporting our AFP. In recent years, the threat of cyber terrorism has increased, with more cyber incidents recorded now than ever before. While of different nature to the terrorist activity the bill before us, the Optus data breach saw 9.8 million Australians affected, with 2.8 million addresses associated with their account, driver's licence numbers and passport numbers were compromised. Estonia was bombarded by cyber terrorist activity that led to huge communications breakdowns, banking failures and media blackouts. Ukraine, in the months leading up to the Russian invasion of their country, was subject to cyber attacks that took down around 70 government services. It is this evolving world we must keep up to date on all forms of threats and acknowledge occurred 21 years ago when I was in Year 11. We all remember where we were when we heard about the attacks. These attacks political challenges, with much focus on cybercrime and tensions with Russia and China, that the threat of terrorism in all forms still exists. With 29 terrorist organisations now listed under the Criminal Code, it is more important maintained within Australia's liberal democracy. Deputy Speaker, every Australian deserves to live carefree with the country's soil. The extension of the sunsetting date of these of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on updating these powers. Deputy Speaker, I am proud to support this bill.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's a quote that's often attributed to Benjamin Franklin, and I made sure it was actually from him, and it's this: safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. And like all quotes, it's important to acknowledge the period of America's history that were enforcing powers for the police to stop a terrorist group or help with the war was about a tax dispute. And as we know from the boiling and lead to a revolution. And that particular tax dispute was between the Penn family and the Pennsylvania General Assembly. But despite the context, the quote is important because it goes to the heart of what's happening here. We're trying to get that fine balance between keeping Australians safe, but enforcing our liberties and freedoms, including the presumption of innocence, and not detaining people unnecessarily. People often refer to judicial discretion, and it's an important part of the justice system. But something that's often overlooked is the discretion for police and the discretion for prosecutors. And when you look through our criminal law history, that's probably the greatest filter of the Australian Federal Police. They deserve credit. So this particular regime has some really serious powers, and we rely on the judgment of the individual officers to make a call on that. And so when you look at the three components of the regime, the first being the stop, search, 23 times, and once for someone who's under 18. And then the third, the preventative detention order regime, 0. So it's important that we acknowledge from this place, and that is why I think that this is important, this is reviewed as much as we can. I also think that when you look at the report from the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the additional safeguards, but we should never forget the history of this particular regime. It goes back to 2005. And I remember I was a junior lawyer, feeling sorry for myself, doing a mergers and acquisitions agreement late at night. And I noticed on the TV in the corner there was a London bus, and we all know what they look like, but the top was peeled open like a tin of baked beans. And you just had the sickening feeling that 4 years after September 11, something was happening again, and that wasn't a once-off incident. And I downed tools on the particular agreement I was drafting because it didn't matter anymore. And not only did I look in horror at that bus that was peeled open, but then you saw smoke coming out of the tube. And many Australians have had wonderful experiences in London, and we look in. The thing is that there were people in there. There were people on that bus. And our first duty as a government is to keep them safe. So how do we do that? Well, we get that fine balance between not abusing powers and making sure that Australians are safe. And I think this regime strikes that balance. But that's not always the case. And I think it's important that we look at this again. I commend the report from the Joint Standing Committee. There's a lot of work in that. They heard submissions from the Human Rights Commissioners, they heard submissions from the Law Council, and they gave some quite harrowing stories of some people who were permanently not just our judicial system, but our sense of fairness. And we'll have that debate about the Corruption Commission today, but at the pointy end of the criminal law, that's where it matters most. And so I think we should make sure we get this balance right, and I commend the report by the Joint Standing Committee, and I commend the amendment. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Speaker. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call
the member for Lyne.
The member for Lyne. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment Bill as proposed and continuing the sunsetting for another year while things are reviewed is a really important bill. We are fortunate in this country that we haven't had any terrorism events recently, but there's certainly been a long list of foiled and prevented terrorist attacks. We all know about shootings of police officers in Parramatta and other plans to do bad things at power stations and water supplies around the country. Issue that drives this legislation. The powers in the bill, if they're not applied appropriately, can be interpreted as overstepping the mark. But control orders, preventive detention orders, emergency stop and seizure powers are reasonable powers to have when intelligence comes through, but the hurdle of going through a whole legal process is just not practical. But in the application of these, there still has to be, federal court involvement. There still has to be senior officers of the enforcement side of things, the AFP, or state jurisdictional police. They have to have a basis of fact, the application for getting these orders in place through a court. It's really common sense. If we don't have this, the intelligence agencies could end up being like they were with the September 11 situation, where there was all this chatter going on. People didn't have the wherewithal to connect the dots, but some of the people in the security establishment in the United States of America were putting the pieces together from what I have read. So look, when our AFP gets information, they can only detain a person that's expected for 14 days. After that, well, they're released or it's in a court being judged by normal processes. It has a limited immediate application, and I think the powers that are embodied in this are reasonable, considering the seriousness of the possibilities of a terrorist attack when they get this sort of information. And I know they've used this without legislation, the principle of intelligence, so they've gone through the process, but sometimes things move very rapidly, and I think extending it for another 12 months seems a reasonable move for exceptional situations. So I look forward to this initiative getting support in the House, and I've said my piece. Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Eternal vigilance. That's the price of freedom. Australia is not immune from acts of terror, and we only have to look at the Lindt Cafe siege, 15th of December 2014, when Man Haron Monis took hostages for some 16, 17 hours, resulting in his death and, sadly, 2 hostages, Tory Johnson and Katrina Dawson. And whilst this incident was determined as a lone wolf attack, the 2002 Bali bombings certainly were not. On the 12th of October that year, 20 years ago, it was so tragic. Of course, the 11th September 2001 World Trade Centre terrorist attacks were still fresh in our minds at that time.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division and subsequent divisions. I thank the Chamber. The question is that the bill now be read a second time.
People died in those Bali bombings, and a further 209 and David Mavrudis from Wagga Wagga, whose family lived opposite our family home in Tatton. But 2 of the 6 members of the Coogee Dolphins football of David very well. Those who are left behind continue to be strangled by the evil tentacles of terrorism. They do not have the fortune to have a vague memory of a news article fading into oblivion every day. We all want our freedom when we're a lucky country, but that luck does not come by chance. We want them to be that in the future. If we do not continue to be vigilant to the threat of terrorism, our nation, our people, become more vulnerable. Considering, with this bill, all of the measures contained therein. Australia's national terrorism threat is said to be probable. That is worrying. This means Australia's security agency's credible intelligence assessment indicates individuals and groups have the intent and the capability to conduct a terrorist act in this country, to wreak havoc, to destroy, to maim, to kill. This bill provides for the continuity of important essential counter-terrorism powers to keep Australians safe. After all, that is the first priority of government, of Parliament, to protect its people, to preserve life. By our hard-working and highly professional intelligence and security agencies, and may I just place on the record that they are the best of the best, and we should be very proud of those people who occupy those very important positions. And they ensure the adequate protection of Australia and our nation's security. All powers will continue to be under thorough on intelligence and security to again review the declared areas of offence before their sunsetting date. And this is important. And we need to uphold the people, and we need to uphold the sanctity of the people who protect us. We need to continue, particularly people who are civic leaders, to admire and protect what they represent, what they stand for. There is a senator in the other place, David Shoebridge, who says there's a word for a group of people who routinely break the law, police. Senator David Shoebridge, I do not believe, represents what most Australians think, and to hear him this morning talking about all matters integrity just defies logic. Deputy Speaker, we ought not delay this bill, and it should be passed on as soon as practicable to give our police, our protective, security and intelligence agencies all the help they need. We should never decry aim of keeping Australia and Australians safe. I commend the bill.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill is very important, given that Australia's national terrorism threat level is probable. This means that there's a very credible intelligence assessed by Australian security agencies that individuals and groups have the intent and capability to conduct a terrorist act in Australia. AFP does extraordinary work. They are Australia's national policing agency, with a role to protect Australians and Australia's interests from serious criminal threats. In 2021, a recorded 411 disruptions across 22 countries, including 3 major counter-terrorism disruptions. They were involved in drug seizure operations, terrorism investigations, child exploitation operations, and working with overseas police in offshore peace, stability and security operations, in capacity building and capability development. And we saw with Operation Ironside, the biggest organised crime in the AFP's history, a long-term covert investigation into transnational and serious organised crime groups that were responsible for large drug importations, drug manufacturing and attempts to kill. So we need to make sure that the AFP continues to have the powers it needs. But as Assistant Minister previously for Regional Development and Territories, I want to thank the AFP for the work they did during COVID, particularly in supporting the significant efforts applied to keeping local people and communities safe in our most remote locations. One of the things I'm proud that we did in government was, through the AFP, establishing the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation, and that the coalition government established this in 2018 to counter the epidemic of child exploitation, focused on countering online sexual child. The AFP, as we know, is a very efficient and effective and a successful organisation. They provide policing in international and national and community environments. They adapt constantly to the latest threats and risks, and they work tirelessly in this space. They're currently working on the Optus data breach as well. So as the situations arise and prior to that, they are constantly at work. There are businesses in my electorate that have been victims of denial of service attacks, and I suspect we will see more of this in the future. And there are additional cyber and online laws that we introduced while in government. Given, though, that we are heading to September 29 as the National Police Remembrance Day, I would also like to acknowledge the police officers who were killed or have lost their lives while protecting lives while on duty. And we show respect and gratitude for all of the officers' courage and sacrifice, each one represented by touchstones on that memorial wall. The names of fallen AFP officers are recorded on an honour roll at the AFP Memorial and the National Police Memorial. I'd like to thank every police officer, past and present, for their selfless service to our communities, as first responders who deal with some of the most horrendous, dangerous and often tragic situations. I also acknowledge the physical and emotional cost of the work that they do that can last a lifetime. And I want to thank their families as well. I thank them for their dedication to their duty and their compassion for the communities they work in. Our communities right around Australia rely on our police services to provide local law enforcement and to help ensure community safety. And while in government, our national security agencies, including the AFP, have prevented a number of mass casualty terrorist attacks. That's what they do, and often we don't hear about it. They work constantly in this space, and that is why appropriate powers, the powers they need to respond to terrorist-related threats. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Is the member for Spence speaking on this bill, seeking the call? Thank you. Okay, I'll say that again. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I'll put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Incentivising Pensioners to Downsize Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak today in support of the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2022. This bill is another example of the Albanese Labor government putting forward legislation before this parliament to fulfil a commitment made to the Australian people before this year's federal election. This bill is one that many, particularly seniors lobby groups, have been crying out for some time. This bill sensibly aims to reduce the impact and therefore a potential impediment for someone on income support payments thinking of selling and buying a new family home without falling foul of the assets test for an increased period of time. Whilst not the only beneficiaries of the provisions in this bill, aged pensioners will see significant benefits as a result of these changes, and it goes hand in hand with our government's commitment to support pensioners to live with dignity and ease cost of living pressures, and indeed for all Australians, particularly those doing it tough. This bill will benefit around 6,260 aged pensioners, 600 disability support pensioners, 380 care payment recipients and 830 job seeker recipients each year, with roughly 60% of those being women. I'm always keen to take an interest of legislation before this place concerning amendments to social security law. My electorate to social security payments daily. Another possible reason for this caseload could be down to the raw numbers, a big reason why this policy area is of great interest to me. My electorate of Spence, by way of the latest available data, is in the top third of the 151 electorates for our number of age pension recipients, the sixth highest for carer payment recipients, has the second highest number of job seeker recipients, and ranks first for its number of disability support pensioners. It is worth noting from the outset that this bill does not claim nor intend to force people to downsize their homes, but merely to make the decision-making process one goes through with such an undertaking a bit easier and time-pressured. This bill aims to minimise the barriers one faces when making important life decisions, such as this, whether those decisions occur by circumstance or design. Even without the amendments, this bill is introducing 8,000 pensioners downsized. Even without this amendment, this bill is introducing 8,000 pensioners be made available for a larger family that would be able to utilise a larger house. Many choose to downsize simply for retirement. For some, the inability to maintain the home or yard, which I know is a cause of great sadness for many people after spending many hours maintaining their impeccably maintained gardens over several years. Other reasons, which of course continue with my last point, is the need for some people to literally downsize their home, where mobility issues prevent them from being able to traverse a multi-storey home or continue with the larger than necessary upkeep costs of their homes. Others have more tragic circumstances guiding their decision to downsize, such as losing a spouse, whether that be due to the death of their partner or the breakdown of their relationships. These are all unfortunate facts of life that can occur no matter what stage of life someone is at. I have not touched on all of them, but the fact remains that despite one situation in life, all circumstances, this government is eager to make the transition easier and make the process more adaptable to sometimes unavoidable and unforeseen circumstances that might hamper or prolong the process of building their new home after the sale of their principal home. Despite the long list of reasons which I've mentioned earlier, ultimately, the motivations that contribute to someone's decision or need to downsize, whilst important, isn't entirely so for the purposes of the bill. Important, however, is that despite what has brought someone to downsize, they needn't risk losing income support payments, their pensions, as a result of those circumstances, which I know is a cause of a lot of anxiety for many, especially when these life decisions are more out of necessity than choice. This bill, concisely, has two core goals for people that sell their home from January 1, 2023. One, to increase the timeframe before the proceeds of a sale of a principal home impact an income support payment by way of the assets test. And two, to apply a lower deeming rate to those proceeds to reduce the chance of an income support payment recipient to fall foul of the income test requirements of their payments. Additionally, this bill aims to complement several other changes that this government committed to enact, such as freezing deeming rates for 2 years and allowing for providing for those 55 and over to make a one-off contribution of up to $300,000 of those proceeds to their superannuation funds. Currently, as things stand, after the sale of your home, the proceeds of that sale is exempt from the income test for a period of up to 12 months. This bill doubles this to 24 months with the potential for an additional 12 months in certain circumstances. These are some common sense amendments to the law as it stands. They account for the known unknowns that could happen, whether it be delays on a building or renovations due to development approvals, builders or tradies going bust or AWOL partway through. Just to name a few possibilities. It's the things that you'd rather not happen, but ultimately outside of your control, and not something that you'd want being the sole cause for your income support payments to be unduly impacted. And again, the second key issue after the assets test that this bill aims to address is the income test that many income support payment recipients must abide by. Currently, income above $56,400 for singles and $93,600 for couples on the proceeds of a sale of a principal home is deemed at the rate of 2.25% per annum. During the increased exemption period provided for in the bill, the lower deeming threshold of 0.25% will apply to deemed income from these proceeds, instead where it currently applies to deemed income below these thresholds. As a result, this bill will greatly assist many to swim between the flags, so to say, by way of the Social Security income test and not have their payments slashed or reduced to zero, whilst they continue to make arrangements for their eventual purchase of their principal home or finalise renovations and improvements to it after that purchase. We, of course, cannot ignore what is a clear reason for the introduction of this bill, which is the current state of our housing market. The provisions within the bill better accounts for the significantly higher house prices. This is relevant for both the application of the assets and income test. As things currently stand, given the state of our housing market, most of the proceeds of a sale will have income deemed at a higher rate. Many income support payment recipients wouldn't continue to be eligible due to the assets test thresholds for their payments. Though I have briefly touched on this a little earlier, whether this is a direct intention or as a byproduct of this legislation go a long way to increasing the availability in the market of dwellings that are perhaps more suitable to younger or larger families. Whilst this is no silver bullet solution to the problem in its entirety, I'm happy to commend it as an outcome just the same. And lastly, though I was elected to this place recently, I've been proud to see in action our government fulfilling its election commitments. I'm proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government that moves to support all Australians through challenging economic times, in practical ways, whether it be through sweeping measures or by enacting sensible changes to our social security laws such as this. Changes many have called out for over many years, which will assist many Australians out there that are about to go through the arduous process of opening an entirely new chapter of their lives. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This initiative was put forward by the Coalition. It was a good initiative then. It's a good initiative now. Given the tightness of the housing market in Australia, a government should respond in that way, and it gives lies somewhat to the general perception in the public that we always disagree on these matters when we get to federal parliament, and the cooperation of the Coalition on this, while is not necessary, it's good to see parties working together. And as I said, the market in Australia is extremely tight, and anything we can, any extra resource we can bring to the market at the moment should be welcomed. And of course, this downsizing is aimed at this enabling, assisting pensioners to downsize. Will assist in this. And I do suspect, however, that the housing market in Australia and this crisis, and it's fair to call it a crisis we're in at the moment, will return more to normal given time. It was largely caused, I think, by the COVID crisis, and it's worth reflecting that there were expert predictions, Mr Deputy Speaker, expert predictions. I'm given to reflect that when I was in primary school, we thought an X stood for someone who was a has-been, and a spurt was a drip under pressure. And given the fact that the expert predictions were that the housing market in Australia would crash with COVID, it's difficult for governments to always make exactly the right response at the time, given with COVID, that there would be all this spare capacity in our construction industry, in our housing market. In effect, what happened was 500,000 Australians came home because Australia looked like a far better place to live than the rest of the world. And not only did they come home with cash in their pocket, and they wanted houses to live in. That's my assessment on what's happened to the housing market. And as COVID is put behind us, I think that position will reverse itself. Those people who return to Australia will probably not suddenly decide to sell up and pack up their bags and move overseas again, but there will be a whole new generations of Australians. We're an adventurous lot that will seek to spend a next portion of their life overseas, and I think some of this tightness in the market will evaporate over the next few years, and as I said, things will return to normal. So we have a shortage now, and indeed a crisis, and anything we can do to encourage owners to rest or rent or lease second homes, holiday homes, may help. Neither party has come up with any initiatives in this area, but it's quite obvious to me as a member who has a lot of seaside communities, there is a lot of empty housing sitting around Australia, and I can understand why people don't rent these properties, because they've got it for their own personal use, and sometimes the rental market can be difficult. There are a lot of experiences around of people who have been landlords and wished afterwards that they'd never gone down that pathway, unfortunately. But so removing barriers to people downsizing as their peak need for accommodation, if you like, has passed, and I think the member for Spence, he went through the situation where people's families, they needed a larger home, their families have left home, they no longer need all that space, and a lot of people don't need that size yard to look after anymore either, and so encouraging them to shift. But shifting real estate can take time, and many cannot or do not want to commence construction of a new building or even purchase of a new building until they are ensured that they can sell their current housing. So consequently, that time of uncertainty between selling the house and then buying a new one, which has been limited to a 12-month period before that asset would come into consideration as an effect on your pension, has become too short, and so it's being extended out to 24 months, and then I think even a further exemption after that on special application. But I suspect in itself this policy will not make thousands of new homes or previously occupied homes available for the general public, but anything we can do to reduce the barriers and disincentives should be welcomed. But the fact that we're talking about the exemption of the family home for the assets test for the purposes of pension, I think it's not a bad time to raise the prospect of whether or not the family home should be exempt, full stop, from that assets test. Now, I suspect in the long term, neither or no political party in Australia will go to the electorate saying we're going to take the family home, not make it exempt, take away that exemption for the family home, because politics can be divisive, and having just given a good word for our cohesiveness in this place at the beginning of this speech, but I am given to reflect that I think if one side of politics suggested that we would remove the family home, the exemption for the family home from the assets test, the other side of politics would dig its heels in and probably give it a good clip under the ear. Having said that, should someone that lives in a $5 or $10 million house be able to draw a pension? And I often think these difficult decisions in life are all a matter of grey, not the electorate of grey, I point out. But if someone, for instance, lives in a $1.5 million or $2 million house, most of us would cut them a break and say, yeah, well, that house has grown in value since they lived there and they should be given some kind of exemption. But someone lives in a $20 million house, should they be able to draw a pension? They could claim to be penniless, so they could say, I'm asset rich and income poor. But of course, there are any amount of financial products on the market now that allow somebody to unlock the wealth of that house, live in it for the rest of their lives, but actually draw down on the value of the asset. Sure, it might affect their children's inheritance, but really would have no effect on their particular outcomes in life at all. Now, as I said, that's a difficult subject, and I can't see anybody in politics leaping into it. But it is difficult to have sensible debates around taxation and taxation reform in Australia, and yes, we throw all these things into a melting pot and say they should at least be considered. So one of the other biggest impediments, while I'm on such a theme, have been impediments to people downsizing and indeed upsizing, or businesses changing premises. My business has grown, I need to get into a bigger premise. I want to get into a more active area where there is more public passage, more people walking past my shop front. I want to get somewhere where it's smaller. These are the entrepreneurs and movers and shakers in our society. And yet everybody that wants to make these changes to their business are then hit with stamp duties from state jurisdictions. Now, there was a time, before my time in this parliament, before yours, Mr Deputy Speaker, when in fact it was proposed with the introduction of the GST that we would get rid of state stamp duties. Now, that didn't happen. With the Australian Democrats, the tax was narrowed, so it only covers about 50% of the Australian GDP, but it was narrowed and then some of those aims were abandoned. But I'm given to reflect anything that, if we are considering taxation reform, should once again find a way for the states to replace that stamp duty collection, because it is really counterproductive. The very people that are taking the risks, employing people, expanding the economy, are the ones that get hit with the tax. Now, for my druthers, once again, I stick my neck out there, but for my druthers, I would rather see a flat land tax across the states that would not reflect on your particular activity at the time, and so that income space is actually borne by the whole community and not just by the people who actually want to do stuff. Because it seems to be the most completely illogical way to raise money is to get stuck into the people who do the right thing. It's a bit like payroll tax, and I don't think anyone can make a really good argument about the idea the more people you employ, or over a certain threshold, the more money you should do to pay into tax. It's once again, it's a nonsensical type of tax when you come to talking about the decisions that need to be made to generate modern economies. So in the broadest sense, I'm not recommending anything specific here, but in the broadest sense, I think that this parliament and the parliaments around Australia should actually be discussing the ways in which we remove these artificial impediments to the efficient expansion and growing of business and employment in Australia. And so when a burden should be borne by the whole community rather than just these individuals, it is spread across that whole community. I certainly don't argue that we don't need to raise taxes in Australia. We run a very high level of service, not just in our welfare economy, right across our economy. And we have in our education system, our health system, our disability support systems, all those things cost money and are the kind of thing that a good, civilised, wealthy country should have. And you need taxation to support that, of course. The very idea that we tax the most productive in the economy on their entrepreneurship seems to be a false economy to me. So, like this removal or this disincentive for people to downsize, for pensioners to downsize at least, be looking at whether or not the family home should be exempt from the pension test, or whether indeed we should be looking at whether states can find another way to raise that same amount of money that they raise out of stamp duties at the moment, which are counterproductive. All of those things, I think, are the things that our parliament should be discussing, and in a mature and non-sort of politically abrasive way, where people will seek to take cheap advantage of members trying to put forward ideas and propositions that we should give consideration to. So I'll leave this debate with those comments.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment incentivising pensioners to downsize Bill 2022. This bill provides greater financial certainty to senior Australians looking to downsize by extending the existing assets test exemption for principal home sale proceeds, which a person intends to use to purchase a new principal home, from 12 to 24 months. And this extends the time people have to use the proceeds of the sale of their family home to build or purchase their future home. And that's a recognition of the realities of the current market, where almost universally land supply is tight and new builds are impacted by the supply chain issues, labour shortages and rising costs. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, older Australians have earned the right to make decisions about how they live in retirement, and this legislation ensures they can transition to a more suitable sized home while still being treated as a homeowner for means testing purposes, so they remain eligible for income support payments. The bill extends the existing assets test exemption for principal home sale proceeds, which a person intends to use to purchase the new principal home. It's another example, Mr Deputy Speaker, of Labor implementing coalition policy, and it doesn't stop there. The value of the home sale proceeds are subject to deeming provisions. So if the sale proceeds were placed in a savings account or in other financial investments, they would generate returns which a person could use to support themselves and be deemed as income. This bill will apply only to the lower below threshold deeming rate to these asset test exempt principal home sale proceeds when calculating deemed income, and this rate will be applied to these proceeds for the duration of the assets test exemption. Should incentivise choice and allow people who have worked their whole lives to enjoy the fruits of their labour in retirement. In my electorate of Nichols, there are 35,843 people aged 65 or over, according to the 2021 census. And that is 22.5% of the population of retirement age or approaching retirement. From the 2016 census to 2021 census, the percentage of the population of Nichols over 65 rose by 1%. And this is partly because Nichols is an attractive and affordable place to retire. Whether it's on the shores of Lake Mulwala in Yarrawonga or on the banks of the mighty Murray River that's running a bit high at the moment, Mr Deputy Speaker, at Cobram or Echuca, the region has long been a retirement destination. Oasis Village in Cobram, one of the longest established retirement villages, has 180 homes and over 300 residents. Oasis Homes, which specialises in downsizing, has operated very successfully for 40 years. There are many new entrants into the retirement and lifestyle village sector in Nichols. Nearly 200,000 Australians call a retirement village home, And the Property Council of Australia, through the Retirement Living Council, has advocated strongly in favour of recalibrating age pension rules to allow pensioners to unlock home equity and downsize if they wish to, without their pension being cut. In February 2022, a PwC Property Council Retirement Census Snapshot report presented a positive picture of an industry that has weathered the storm of COVID-19. The report noted higher average occupancy rates and favourable affordability conditions that were a testament to the resilience of the sector despite the steep economic and social challenges due to the global pandemic. And as part of his advocacy, Ben Myers, the Executive Director of the Retirement Living Council, said they are an important part of future housing needs because they support the universal desire of older Australians to stay independent and engaged in the community. Retirement villages are not the only option for seeking a smaller, simpler lifestyle in retirement, but they are significant. The 2021 Property Council Retirement Census Snapshot includes 62 operators across 766 villages and approximately 77,000 units nationally. And despite an increase in the average two-bed independent living unit price by 4%, from $463,000 to $484,000 between financial year of 2020 and 2021, they have on average become more affordable, with the average sale price in the financial year of 2020. And one of the critical challenges in my electorate is the supply of land and housing stock for homeowners and the rental market. The pandemic caused a shift away from capital cities to the regions, driven mainly by affordability and the availability of more flexible working arrangements. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Nationals love the regions and we welcome new residents with open arms from all around Australia and all over the world. Regional Australia has an enormous capacity to grow and sustain populations, and we should be encouraging more opportunity for people to move to the regions, either for work, education or retirement. The Regional Australia Institute, great organisation, and they've just released a bold plan to have 500,000 more people living in the regions by 2032 than the current forecast of 10.5 million people. I support this goal. I want to see it happen. But in order to support growing regional populations, there needs to be a steady and reliable pipeline of investment in regional communities. Now is not the time for this new government to back away from regional funding. Now is the time for renewed investment in regional Australia. This bill deals with a very specific set of measures to support older Australians to sell the family home, downsize and enjoy their retirement without facing financial penalties in the process. But the incentive it provides for downsizing needs to be considered in the wider context. As I said earlier, in the electorate of Nichols, the pandemic has led to a shortage of available land for new housing development, a sharp uplift in prices for existing homes and a depressed supply of rental housing. At the same time, the region is desperate for workers to fill the workforce gaps. We need everyone. We need CEOs, semi-skilled workers, unskilled workers. They are needed on our farms, orchards, in our service industries, in our manufacturing industries, health and aged care, education, virtually any setting you can care to name. Those workers, if they can be found, also need suitable accommodation. Based on the 2021 Property Council snapshot, the development supply pipeline planned by participating operators of lifestyle and retirement villages have doubled from the 2020 snapshot, from over 5,500 dwellings to over 10,500 dwellings for the next 3-year forecast period. And this is a significant number of dwellings in the pipeline, and nearly all will be filled by people choosing to sell their family home and downsize. Now, those homes that they sell will add to the available housing stock for purchase or rent and will play a key role in alleviating the problems with supply in Nichols and many other parts of Australia. And I've experienced this myself, buying a large family home from a family that was downsizing, and I can tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, that that there's a lot of emotion associated with that too, with an old couple selling their family home and seeing a young family move in to raise their family. The Coalition has a strong track record of helping older Australians who want to downsize, freeing up family homes in the market for young families and improving not only supply but impacting affordability. Over the last 3 years, the Coalition Government's housing policies supported more than 300,000 Australians with the purchase of a home. The Coalition supported almost 60,000 first home buyers and single-parent families into home ownership through the home guarantee schemes. And Coalition provided $2.9 billion worth of low-cost loans to community housing providers to support 15,000 social and affordable dwellings, saving $470 million in interest payments that could be reinvested into more affordable housing, which is another critical need in my electorate and many other electorates as well. The Coalition also established the first Home Super Saver Scheme, helping 27,600 first home buyers accelerate their deposit savings through superannuation. And in contrast, what we're getting from Labor is the Housing Australia Future Fund, a $10 billion off-budget fund to support a housing program that has no substance, lacks detailed costings or an implementation plan. The target is 30,000 affordable homes over 5 years, but that would require a rate of return on that investment of 20% annually. So, look, I'm not sure what the secret sauce is that the Treasurer has in the cupboard, but 20% returns on investments are not really a reality in the current economic climate. Despite the strong economy and my very strong economy in Nichols, this new government inherited from the Coalition. Equally, Labor's Help to Buy scheme is limited in its ambition and very few Australians would even qualify for it, let alone want to participate in it. It brings to mind the quote from Daryl Kerrigan in that great Australian movie, The Castle. Tell him he's dreaming. The Coalition took a comprehensive housing policy to the 2022 election, and if re-elected, we would have established the Super Home Buyer Scheme to allow first buyers to invest up to 40% of their super, up to a maximum of $50,000 to help with the purchase of their first home. Would have been a great help. Now, given Australians, we would have given Australians over the age of 55 the ability to invest up to $300,000 per person in their superannuation fund outside of the existing contribution caps from the proceeds of selling their primary residence. We would have helped more first home buyers get over that deposit hurdle by raising the number of low deposit guarantees for first home buyers to $35,000 each financial year. We would have increased the supply of new homes in providing 10,000 low deposit guarantees each financial year for those moving to or within regional areas. The Coalition also supported greater investment in affordable housing with an additional $2 billion in low-cost financing for social and affordable dwellings. Now, let's go back to The Castle, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's another great line from that wonderful movie where Daryl Kerrigan explains the real value of his house, which is being compulsorily acquired to extend an airport. It's not a house, it's a home, he says. Home ownership remains the great Australian dream, and we know that 85% of renters aspire to own their own home. This bill, by removing disincentives for older Australians to downsize, will allow people to make decisions about their family home without the burden of financial uncertainty. It will have positive flow-on effects for the economy, housing availability and affordability, and based on current population shifts for communities across rural and regional Australia. It's good policy, good Coalition policy, and I'm happy to add my voice in support of this bill. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I acknowledge the member for Nichols' contribution in his reference to the research undertaken by the Retirement Living Council. During my time as the Communications Director nationally of the Property Council, the Retirement Living Council did an incredible job in advocating for more housing choice and more opportunities for seniors to downsize and find appropriate accommodation. And I'd acknowledge Ben Myers, who's finishing up I think in a couple of short weeks as the Executive Director, he's done a fantastic job and we wish him all the best. This bill seeks to remove a couple of key barriers that are preventing Australia's pensioners from downsizing their principal homes by reducing the impact that selling a home has on their social security means testing. The bill aims to remove obstacles in the housing market which restrict Australians from finding a place to call home that is appropriate to their circumstances. The positive features of this bill, of course, were first devised by the former coalition government, and it was during the last election campaign that the now Prime Minister, the then opposition leader, took the coalition's lead by announcing, one day after the coalition had announced it, that Labor would adopt coalition policy to ease costs for pensioners and in the process freeing up established housing stock. And as I make my way around the Redlands, which I'm honoured to represent in this place, I encounter many people who feel they are in a logjam in relation to their housing. I encounter families who are desperate for a family home. They're either in the rental market find that right-sized rental and finding it absolutely nearly impossible to find that in the current market. And also I find many families in the Redlands who are looking to buy the right home. And obviously we've had an affordability issue over recent years. We've had massive increases in property prices in the Redlands, and that perennial challenge of trying to save a deposit to get that dream home, or even just a foot on the ladder of the property market, is proving incredibly difficult for many within my electorate. And that's of course been exacerbated by the inflation pressures that Australians are facing right across the country, increased costs of living. It's just making it that much harder to save that deposit, and of course rising home prices have not made that easier, and of course rising interest rates as well. Those who've been able to get on the property market are suddenly finding their interest rates go up significantly, and we're warned, Mr Deputy Speaker, that of course those will continue to rise over the coming months. But on the other hand, I also find many Redlanders, older Redlanders often, who are rattling around in a big family home. And I undertake a lot of door knocking in my electorate, and I often find these very big, spacious homes that were once the home to multiple children who've all left the family home now, and I find an older couple there who are finding it difficult to maintain their home and wanting to right size. But there are obstacles in their way. They want to do that, but they're concerned about the costs. They're concerned about the uncertainty of the market, and it is a very volatile market at the moment, and they're certainly concerned about how this transaction will impact on the income support that they receive. We have this perverse situation where these Australians want to downsize, society needs them to downsize, but they are being artificially prevented from doing so because of the structures of government income support. This bill seeks to remove that key barrier to these pensioners. This is about giving Australians more choice to decide how they want to live the next stage of their life by removing financial barriers for people wanting to downsize their home. This bill amends the Social Security Act 1991 and the Veterans Entitlement Act 1986 to double the automatic asset test exemption period on proceeds from principal home sales from 12 to 24 months, but critically it retains that existing option for a further 12 months extension, which may be needed under extenuating circumstances. The bill will also ensure that the lower deeming rate will apply to asset test exempt home sale proceeds housing crisis, and as a clear demonstration of the pragmatic approach of the opposition in such matters, I'll put all minor concerns to one side in deference to the greater good and support this bill. Firstly, let's consider the extended asset test exemption period. This is a welcome move to protect any income support recipient who is moving between homes from the significant impact that the sale proceeds could have on their payments. Of course, selling a home and purchasing a new one can be a difficult process with many potentials for delays, and many of my constituents have shared with me some horror stories recently about delays. You can, of course, find things like contracts of purchase on a new property can fall through. There can be market changes which shift the prices dramatically. You may sell your property at a low point and suddenly find the market takes off, and the amount of money that you thought you'd be able to use from the proceeds of the sale to purchase a new home have been eroded. Many projects, of course, at the moment are experiencing building delays. There's a lot of concern around supply of materials and labour, a lot of labour shortages out at the moment. It is taking its toll on the residential construction sector, and a lot of building delays out there. And of course, there's just the everyday elements of life that can lead to delays in this process. There can be health concerns, there can be changes in personal circumstances, there can be changes with where people want to live, where grandparents are finding that their children and their grandchildren are moving to a different city and they may want to change their circumstances there. So there's plenty of things that can delay that process from selling the home that you have lived in for a while and are now looking to downsize into. And it makes sense to give Australians more time to complete this downsizing transition. This element is greatly welcome, as is the introduction of a lower deeming rate. Given the high and rising value of most Australian homes, the bulk of the home sale proceeds are often subject to the upper deeming rate, and this significantly impacts on a seller's pension or other payment rates. The measures in this bill will substantially reduce this significant disincentive by changing the deeming rate used to assess income on principal home sale proceeds. This will help. This will help support older Australians confronted by the challenges of rising prices and soaring costs of living. This will help the next generation to get a foot on the ladder of home ownership. And this will help Australians struggling in the current rental crisis by providing more investor ownership of dwellings that are suitable for them to rent. So it's going to help across the board, and it's going to help all those constituents that I've mentioned earlier in these remarks. The Minister has noted in her remarks on this bill that there is no silver bullet to the housing crisis or the housing market at the moment. And I made very similar remarks in my maiden speech earlier this month. Home ownership has long been an intrinsic and admirable feature of Australian society. It has been a national rite of passage, it's been the cornerstone of the Australian family unit, and the opportunity for Australians to grow their wealth and achieve authority over their own future. But it is sadly it's sad reality that this dream has become less affordable over time for a growing number of Australians. I had a look at some statistics the other day. In 1971, 64% of Australians in my age cohort owned their own home, and today that figure has eroded down to only 50%. And according to the 2016 census, those aged under 65 are 14% less likely to own their own home than those over 65. This disparity has worsened in the years since 2016. There are many factors that have influenced this change and this intergenerational erosion in affordability. And of course, there is no silver bullet. I'll agree with the Minister on that. But I do believe that this bill will go some way to achieve a more efficient market by removing some of these unintended consequences or unintended disincentives to downsizing. The Real Estate Institute of Queensland have welcomed the bill and anticipate that it will have a positive impact on the current housing crisis. I know they do a lot of analysis in this work, and they wouldn't make a comment like that unless they were absolutely sure of themselves, and I think that's a very strong encouragement. This bill, if implemented appropriately, stands to safeguard the financial security of Australian pensioners when downsizing their homes and will lessen the risk of their support payments being cut. And as I've mentioned, that's a significant concern for many locals in my electorate. That is one of the main obstacles to their downsizing. They don't want this to impact their payments. They do worry about that. It does lead to a significant amount of hesitation. And if done right, this bill has the potential to deliver better financial outcomes and peace of mind for those elderly Australians. These provisions may also help to free up established housing for younger families and improve market supply. But I also encourage our state and territory governments to consider policy initiatives that will remove further obstacles to downsizing. It's not just concerns around the impact on support payments. There are many other elements of policy across this country that impact on the efficiency of the housing market. And I'd encourage state and territory governments to consider stamp duty incentives, consider planning relaxations that support smaller, age-friendly homes, support the retirement living sector. I mentioned them earlier in delivering more product to the market. Have a chat to Ben Myers in his final few days at the Retirement Living Council, and he'll have a few ideas for our state and territory colleagues. Much is made in this country of providing first home buyer support, and dare I say it, it may be time for us to consider some more focus on large. By removing further barriers for Australians downsizing to residences that better suit their needs and lifestyle, we can help free up larger homes for younger families and achieve a better and more efficient balance in Australia's housing market. This bill is in the best interests of my constituents in the Redlands, and I will support it. But this Parliament must remain diligent, Deputy Speaker, to ensure that this Labor government will implement this bill exactly as intended. As noted previously, this bill was directly inspired by coalition policy. It was something that was stolen or commandeered by the Labor Party the next day after the former coalition government announced it, and I don't have a problem with that. There isn't a monopoly on good ideas in this place, and there certainly isn't an intellectual property rights in relation to politics. I commend the government on adopting this policy and seeking to implement it through this bill. It's a policy that will benefit many Australians, it will benefit many Redlanders within my community, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I think it's appropriate to say what a fantastic contribution from the new member for Bowman. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. This is exactly the type of legislation that you get a good feel of when you undertake the sort of ground-level connection with your community that he has so clearly done, commending on his door-knocking campaigns. This is how we get in touch with the people of Australia and really understand their needs. And I look forward to many more scintillating contributions from him. Deputy Speaker, in general terms, there are four big points that I think that this bill addresses that are core tenements of why those of us on this side of the House do what we do. Firstly, I think it's unmistakable to view this within the context of the current housing crisis, which is spread across Australia. And as previous speakers have alluded to, there is no silver bullet to solving that crisis, and any step taken towards it must be seen within the view of that broader context. One of the clear challenges that I've seen amongst the good people of Groom is that the housing market as it stands is actually quite limited in terms of the options that it presents to them. Over a period of time, we've seen a growth in very wonderful and attractive 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom houses that push our suburban horizons out even further. However, unfortunately, these don't present the market with the options that they need. When we talk about downsizing, and this is clearly a need within our community, moving out to a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house further away from the city centre provides no benefit to people in their older age who want to have the support, the comforts, the services around them to be able to live their lives in confidence. I think as part of that, it talks to the need for efficient markets, of course, that wonderful view that markets make their best decisions when they are presented with the most options. And, Deputy Speaker, this bill very much plays a part in the broader solution that must be provided to the housing crisis of providing more options to the market, and particularly to those who are looking to downsize, particularly to those in regional centres, to whom the idea of medium density housing simply hasn't been provided before. Mr. Speaker, I think it also must be viewed within the framework of two principles that the LNP hold dear: the right to private property and the absolute value of reward for effort. We must recognise that when providing these solutions, that we must maintain respect for the work that people seeking to downsize have done. That they have invested, they have built for themselves an ability to have a house over their heads. This is to be commended in them and supported. And whatever steps we take, we must make sure that we are not detracting from their efforts, or not in their later years reducing the reward that they should be seeking from a lifetime of contribution. And I think the final generalised theme is that of what is the role of government. And the previous speaker brought this up, that one of the great parts of this bill, when enacted, is that it removes a barrier that currently exists. It's a barrier that makes it very hard for the decision to downsize be taken. I think this is a very important role of government to, where possible, seek and remove barriers to good decision making. This speaks to the efficient market idea I spoke on previously. But within those frameworks, Speaker, I very much support this bill to amend the Social Security Act of 1991 and the Veterans Entitlement Act of 1986 to support pensioners and other eligible income support recipients during the sale and purchase of a new home. I do so because this builds on a body of work begun while the Coalition was in government to give older Australians greater options and flexibility when it comes to downsizing. Now, Speaker, the sale of the family home can often be a large financial and emotional undertaking. It is often people's biggest asset, along with being the place where they have raised their kids. And it's right that we give older Australians the time and the space to transition to a property of their choosing without penalising them financially. And, Speaker, I think it's important to acknowledge the concerns of local residents who I've spoken to during my time door knocking, particularly in some of the inner suburbs of Toowoomba, where exactly these conditions I've described exist, where people have bought a home some 30 years ago, raised their children in it. It is not just a possession, it's part of their life story, something of emotional consequence to them. And there is a fear that any step taken to persuade them to downsize may be at their detriment. I think it's important that we address those and be very, very clear that this bill is cognizant of those fears and is purely focused on providing more options. I'm also speaking in support of this bill today because it was created in the light of certain economic pressures that existed then, many of which continue or have changed, in some cases growing worse, sadly. I think it also, Deputy Speaker, was created in the light of the role that certain domestic policy settings across all three-level governments have played in creating the housing crisis that we currently exist. Absolutely, I agree with the points that there is no silver bullet, but we must be able to look back and see why we are in the position we're in, and there are roles that local, state and federal government have played in creating this, and I think by providing the option to downsize, we are addressing those on an even keel. We committed to extending the existing asset test exemption for principal home sale proceeds, which a person intends to use to purchase a new principal home, from 12 to 24 months. A further 12-month extension will continue to be available on a case-by-case basis in extenuating circumstances. And I do point out the difficulties that exist, Deputy Speaker, in the housing market and how quickly houses are moving off market, sometimes not even being sold on market, moving quicker than someone can find one. So there is a significant advantage in increasing that piece of time, allowing people more confidence that this will take place. This commitment was to give seniors who are selling in their current property market greater confidence to downsize into something more suitable, while providing greater confidence and certainty in their financial planning. And as the Governor of the RBA has pointed out many times, confidence is going to be a key aspect of our success in negotiating the choppy waters that are ahead. The Coalition Government also committed to ensuring a fair deeming rate by announcing freezing deeming rates at current rates for 2 years. The Coalition announced the lower deeming rate would be frozen at 0.25%, with an upper deeming rate at 2.25%. This measure would see around 890,000 Australians have greater certainty in their fortnightly social security payments. This would benefit 450,000 aged pensioners and around the same number of payment recipients with financial assets who are affected by deeming rates. This bill is just another example, Mr Speaker, as a previous speaker spoke, of Labor adopting very, very sensible coalition policies. The old expression is there is no plagiarism in politics. Well, this case is an absolute clear case of plagiarism, but we accept it fully as the greatest form of flattery there is. But as I mentioned, these common sense changes build on the Coalition's strong track record of helping older Australians to downsize. In the 2017-18 budget, the Coalition Government first announced that those aged 65 or over could make a non-concessional contribution of up to $300,000 from the proceeds of selling their home into superannuation from 1st of July 2018. With the value of hindsight, that was a very, very sensible measure that we are very lucky to be able to build upon here now. The Coalition further enhanced this measure by reducing the eligibility age for making downsizer contributions into superannuation from 65 to 60 years of age. And then, Speaker, at the last increasing the opportunity for older Australians to downsize, another policy that is now on Labor's books. And I think it's important to note, Speaker, there may be some in this chamber who are closer to that age bracket than I, and I acknowledge their tenure and fantastic service. But it is important to see that this is a growing need, that the people who need this help are a growing group within our community. This is not something that is going away. This is not a problem that is reducing in the immediate or medium term. This is a growing concern for us, and hence the actions that the previous government has taken. Speaker, look, this has been a fantastic uptake of this initiative and a great boost to the super savings of older Australians. From the 1st of July 2018, it was now to the end of January 22, under the Coalition, 36,800 individuals have contributed $8.9 billion to their superannuation under this measure. This is a demonstration, a clear demonstration, Speaker, that when good policy is developed, enacted, that Australia responds. And I think that's the sign of us clearly seeing good policy in place, is that we get the rewards we wanted. And what this is about is not just the numbers on the page, but rather that people who needed this support, people who needed this help, have taken up the option and now are in a better situation. They now have greater super savings in place. They are better positioned, Speaker, to weather the coming storms. This support for downsizers has also unlocked a stock of family homes for younger people. And I think whilst the focus of many of the previous speakers' comments have been about how we help older Australians downsize, the other side of this is what this does for younger Australians, and allowing them a broader property market to be looking into. With empty nesters moving into smaller homes or apartments that better suit their future needs, it means more 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom homes in the suburbs of Toowoomba, Oakey and Pittsworth are now available for first home buyers. I was surprised to find advocates for this kind of housing transition in our local school principals. That's because there's a number of local state primary schools in my area, Speaker, who have had to go completely ditch their catchment areas, despite having been put some 30 years ago in thriving hubs of young family areas. The kids have grown up and gone, and the houses still remain in the ownership of the parents. And unfortunately, these school catchment areas now have no kids in them to bring into the school. So we're having to open this across. So instead of suburbs like Centenary Heights, Middle Ridge, Wilsonton or Harristown being full of school-aged children, families now are more likely to be found in the newly built developments in Glenvale or Carney Springs. And whilst those are fantastic suburbs for people to be investing in and to be raising their children in, they're large, spacious blocks, beautiful, crisp, clean Darling Downs air. So whilst there is great future value in these suburbs, what's important, Speaker, is that families are growing up without those services around them they need, and where those services are, currently aren't supported by the population that they require. Now, we can't expect that everyone will want to move into a over 50s lifestyle village, of which we have an abundant and wonderful selection, or even out into the conveniently located suburbs. Speaker, this is why I've been such a passionate advocate in my local area of the Railway Parklands project. This is a project, the funding for which I was very proud to fight for and secure funding under the South East Queensland City deal. This is a fantastic project that provides the opportunity for mixed-use, commercial, residential, medium-density housing right in the heart of Toowoomba's CBD. There's a fantastic opportunity to provide people who want to downsize, who want to take opportunity of this exact bill to find for themselves a place where they can downsize, a place where they can live, right in the heart of Toowoomba CBD. And there's of course the other benefit that will go with this is what that does for local shop owners who are tremendous advocates for us opening up this housing in the CBD. This means more foot traffic for our local businesses, and as the member for Riverina will well know, regional towns require that foot traffic. We want to keep our thriving CBDs going along, and thank you very much, Speaker. I commend the bill to you.
I note that the member for Groom's comments about age came perilously close to reflecting on the chair. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to make some brief comments on this bill, and I appreciate your grace in allowing me to contribute on this bill briefly. Look, this is another measure from the election that the Coalition announced in the campaign, and the now government indicated after we'd announced this that they would match it, and here we are implementing another Coalition election commitment. And this does need to be taken within the context of some other important measures which we've also had the chance to legislate recently, and particularly that was the reduction in the eligibility, the age eligibility for people to put proceeds from the sale of their home into their superannuation. So doing things to make it easier for future superannuants to provision for their retirement through the sale of a family home. We should equally be looking for an opportunity, which we have through this legislation, to do something for those that will be on the age pension. And obviously, as many speakers have indicated, there's two elements here. We're obviously extending the period of time that the proceeds of the sale of a home will not impact from an asset point of view on eligibility for the pension, and also applying the lower deeming rate to the value of the sale proceeds for that same period of time. And look, in the last Parliament, I was served on a parliamentary committee which looked at housing affordability, and there are an enormous number of challenges regarding housing affordability, and this by no means is any form of silver bullet, and unfortunately the most significant challenges are not within the power of the Commonwealth Government. It's the states and local government that have got a lot of work to do there and a lot of things they need to look at. And I won't digress into that report. It's freely available for those interested to look at some of the findings there. But clearly, look, this is one measure that hopefully will both it's an equity measure for pensioners to have more grace period and less pressure on them around making a decision to sell what's probably going to be a family home and then look for something that's more appropriate for the stage of their lives that they are in at that point in time. And we don't. This means that they won't feel under undue pressure to commit to purchasing new properties without, because of the fear they might have that not getting on and doing so within a 12-month period will mean that they have eligibility issues for the pension. That's self-evident in these changes by extending that from 12 months to 24 months. And of course, we think it's a good outcome. It's entirely voluntary. We're in no way seeking to force people to make a decision to sell a family home that's not necessary for the stage of life they're in. But if we can make it easier for them to voluntarily make that decision, then we of course want to be doing that and encouraging them to do that, because it hopefully will provide that little bit of extra supply into the market. And we do know that it is particularly challenging for people who are looking for family homes to get into the property market at the moment and buy a home that's suitable for them, because they might be at a completely different stage of their life where they're starting a family, and the type of home that's suitable for the stage of life that they are entering into, it could be exactly the type of home that people about to or just on the age pension are leaving that stage of their life, and equally we can potentially marry up the supply and demand a little better through measures like this. Now, I made comments on a previous bill related to superannuation that went through, and I won't go through on this bill and repeat myself about the way in which we want this to be voluntary and the way in which we want this to be still decision-making in the hands of people that have got a particular property that would be relevant and eligible under this legislation like it would under the superannuation legislation. But nonetheless, I think this is really sensible policy that is all about choice. It's all about taking away any concern or pressure people might feel if they were considering selling a property but have a hesitation because of the potential risk to their pension. This, I think and hope, in certain cases, will alleviate some of that and continue to provide that ease of decision-making for people to take away a potential fear of decision-making around selling a property and purchasing another one in a time frame that is more comfortable to them and removes that anxiety. So with that brief contribution, Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Robert Gottliebsen, the respected economy writer and former Australian Journalist of the Year, started a sentence in his regular column in The Australian the other day thus: "The building industry is in crisis, with vast segments completing fixed-price contracts at huge losses." And he's right. It is a worrying situation. And I just want to make a few wide-ranging comments in relation to this bill, the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment incentivising pensioners to downsize Bill 2022. Not just in relation to this particular motion, which the opposition supports, but to particulars across the regional economy, the housing market and other factors which have made this particular bill so important. Again, I emphasise, Speaker, that the opposition supports this bill. Recently, Metricon announced it was in trouble, and I appreciate that parliamentarians and business leaders have held crisis meetings behind closed doors to work out a plan for the future of this major home builder. Metricon wasn't the first and won't be the last in this current environment to feel the effects of a downturn. COVID-19 didn't help. In fact, it had all sorts of dramas for supply chains, just accessing timber, metal, joints, concrete, you name it. And what happened in that regard was that many building companies, many construction firms had contracts in place with customers like Victorian woman Erna Miller, who, and then of course prices ballooned out. Price contracts, people expected to have their house constructed in a timely fashion, on budget, on time, and then of course the price soared because of difficulties sourcing materials, sourcing labour. Now, Ms Miller's family have been living in a rental while waiting for construction to begin on their new home in Kyneton, and she's just one of a number of people who've been caught up in this impending housing crisis. And particularly in regional Australia, it is of great difficulty for housing companies to not only source materials, but also to source people who can build houses. Now, I speak regularly with the Regional Australia Institute's Kim Houghton, whose last advice to me said that job vacancies, and this is late August, hit a new record for regions at 86,900. He said it's plateauing but refusing to go down. Previous advice, 86,400. So that was in May. So it's gone up 500 in the intervening period. Unemployment ranging from nearly 8% in New England to 2.7% in Riverina, and under 1.5% in Warrnambool. That was the 27 May advice that he gave me. And he said that splitting means responses must be tailored, better skills and more enterprise in high regions, more workers in low regions. And I understand that. What does that have to do with this particular legislation? Well, what we want to see is more people in homes. We know that 85% of renters aspire to own their own home. When there's a crisis in the housing market, through any number of reasons, mortgage rates increasing. I can remember when Catherine and I were first married in 1986, we were paying anywhere between 18 and 21% on our mortgage. If they were paying that now, they'd be rioting in the streets. While I appreciate it is very hard because rates have been very, very low, and I don't point the finger of blame anywhere near Dr Philip Lowe, who I think in some sectors of the media has been unfairly criticised for conditions that are global. They are worldwide, and Australia can't buffet itself. It can't be isolated from what happens overseas. Economic conditions that happen elsewhere affect our country. We live in a global village. We operate in trading markets that are worldwide. And if there is a problem sourcing equipment to build houses in Australia, you can probably guarantee there are problems sourcing equipment to build houses elsewhere. And that can hardly be the fault of the Reserve Bank governor if the economy elsewhere is faltering and Australia follows that trend. Home ownership offers security and stability for individuals and families. The coalition government had a good record on housing policies. What we did, we supported 300,000 Australians with the purchase of a home. 300,000. It's a high figure. And we understand, of course, that owning your own home is important to the living standards enjoyed by retired Australians. And retired Australians should have the very best of conditions, and because they've worked hard, they've paid their taxes, they've contributed to the economy and to society mightily over many years. And when they come to that age and come to that stage when they should be kicking back a bit and enjoying life in the sunshine, then what they don't want is to have economic conditions such that they can't afford to either rent or own their own home. The Coalition supported almost 60,000 first home buyers and single-parent families into home ownership through the home guarantee schemes, consisting of the first home loan deposit scheme, the new home guarantee and the family home guarantee, with a deposit of as little as 5% or 2% respectively. And I commend the work that former Minister Sukkar did in this regard. We protected the residential construction industry with more than 137,000 home builder applications, generating $120 billion of economic activity that was so important, getting people back on the tools at a time when COVID-19 was having such a disastrous effect on the economy generally. Others having such difficulties. We provided $2.9 billion of low-cost loans to community housing providers to support 15,000 social and affordable dwellings. Now, this saved $470 million in interest payments to be reinvested in more affordable housing. I know there's a lot of criticism often of the federal tier of government about housing. We play our part. All too often, I think, in this day and age, all too much is expected of the Commonwealth to do the heavy lift when it comes to any area of endeavour in the economy and society. And states sometimes get a free ride in this regard. Housing is one of those things. Affordable housing, community housing, social housing. Sometimes, all too often, what once was the remit of state governments becomes a burden that we need to carry. And I'm not saying we as a coalition, I'm saying we as a level of government. And state governments can do more of the heavy lift, I feel, in the housing regard, just like local governments can certainly do more in the area of opening up new subdivisions, and the trickle-out effect of subdivisions in local government areas is also has a great impact on young people trying to get into their first home, on older people. And we heard the member for Groom tell us about suburbs which 30 years ago were flourishing new family suburbs, which the people had then stayed in, their children had left, grown up and become adults and left to seek out their own lives. And of course, what happens then is, as he so eloquently described, is that the schools then find it difficult to have the numbers in those particular suburbs. And I know the sort of areas in my hometown where Turvey Park and Mount Austin, to the south of the central business district of Wagga, are two such suburbs which the member for Groom described in his home city. Suburbs had flourishing and new football clubs which did so well, and then now they find it difficult to often recruit players because the players are coming from the newer suburbs in town, where the younger people are coming up through, young adolescents who are seeking sport and seeking adventure. What we also did, whilst in government, we unlocked 6,900 social, affordable and market dwellings through our $1 billion infrastructure facility to make housing supply more responsive and demand-driven. We established the first home super saver scheme, helping 27,000 indeed 27,600 first home buyers accelerate their deposit savings through super. We did a lot in this space. Now, as I say, we support this bill before the House. We support these amendments. Now, the bill amends the Social Security Act 1991 and the Veterans Entitlements Act 1986 to support pensioners or other eligible income support recipients during the sale and purchase of a new home. And it does this by way of extending the existing assets test exemption for principal home sale proceeds which a person intends to use to purchase a new principal home from 12 to 24 months, as well as applying only the lower below threshold deeming rate to these asset test exempt principal home sale proceeds when calculating deemed income. And important too that this will help older Australians, this will help veterans, and anything that we can do to support veterans in either finding rental properties, in finding homes, in being able to downsize, indeed, the homes that they own, to incentivise them, pensioners as well, has to be encouraged. And as a good and practical opposition, we support good and practical measures. And I know when we were in government, all too often, those opposite, now in government, found fault with everything that we did, just to be difficult, just to be flies in the ointment, just to make it look as though the government. Yet, as I described so accurately, those measures that we did to put people into their first homes, to help pensioners, to support veterans, and yet, despite all of those measures, the work that we did in infrastructure, the work that we did particularly in the regions to help the economy of the regions where often the receipts to the Australian Tax Office are far in excess to the support that sometimes those regions get by way of funding. And all that's about to come unstuck too, I think, in the October fiscal report, the budget that Treasurer, the member for Rankin, is about to bring down, is a concern. But what we did, we supported all of those areas I mentioned: pensioners, veterans, regions, and we will continue to do it. And we will continue if the government comes forward with practical ideas, sensible ideas, proactive ideas, productive ideas, and we will support them, unlike those opposite when they were in opposition, unlike those opposite when everything that we did they tried to stymie, everything that we did they tried to provide a roadblock, everything that we did they put parameters up to argue the case against it. Now, currently an income support recipient's principal home is exempt from the Social Security Assets Test. So this bill extends the existing assets test exemption for principal home sale proceeds, as I say, when a person intends to use to purchase a new principal home from a year to 2 years. Look, we support this. The value of home sale proceeds are subject to deeming provisions, and if proceeds were placed in a savings account or in other financial investments, they would generate returns which a person could use to support themselves. We want more people in homes. We want more people with the opportunity to be their best selves. And that is why, as a constructive opposition, we do support this bill, we do support these measures, and we want to see Australians get ahead. We want to see Australians with a roof over their head. We want to see pensioners with the very best ability to use the finances that they've built up, the nest egg that they valued and that they need for the rest of their lives.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to give support to the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment incentivising pensioners to downsize Bill of 2022. Deputy Speaker, I have spoken in this place multiple times now about the current housing crisis, and I'm passionate about increasing affordable housing opportunities for all Australians, whether that be families, single parents and other young couples. Most of my professional career before entering Parliament was geared towards how local and state government planning laws and policies can be used to provide housing choice, housing supply for end users, both potential homeowners and also tenants. The federal government also has an important role to play and can address affordable housing problems. This bill demonstrates one of those ways. If enacted, Deputy Speaker, The bill will benefit both potential new home buyers and also current home-owning pensioners and other income support recipients. This legislation will support pensioners during the sale and purchase of a new home by extending the existing asset test exemption for a principal home sale proceeds, which a person intends to use to purchase a new principal home, from 12 months to 24 months. The bill will change both the Social Security Act and also the Veterans Entitlements Act. This means, Deputy Speaker, that this bill will support both our pensioners and also our veterans. The value of the home sale proceedings are currently subject to deeming provisions, with a lower deeming rate of 0.25% applied to the value of financial assets, up to a deeming threshold of $56,400 for singles and $93,600 for couples combined. However, for assets above these thresholds, a deeming rate of 2.25% currently applies. Deputy Speaker, the legislation, if enacted, will also begin to apply on this lower threshold deeming rate of 0.25% to assets which are the proceeds from the sale of a home. Having regard to our current housing affordability crisis, in this parliament, we must do all that we can to remove barriers of entry to the housing market. This means, Deputy Speaker, that we must increase the supply of available homes on the market. We must increase the variety of choice for new home buyers. We must be innovative in the ways that we approach and address the housing supply and housing affordability issues currently facing Australians. This bill, if enacted, will provide some answers and assistance to these people. Deputy Speaker, we know that 85% of renters aspire to own their own home, and this has always been part of the great Australian dream. A home is not just a financial investment, it is also an investment in the family. It is an investment in the local community. Home ownership provides security. Home ownership provides a sense of place. Home ownership provides financial stability. Understandably, as a core tenet of being Australian, families want to grow in a home which they know they can call their own. Owning your own home allows families the flexibility to make renovations, to paint walls and to hang picture frames. As a parent, in many ways, I dread my children growing up and moving out of the home, although as a parent currently of 16-year-old teenagers, some days I think that that day would not come soon enough. It is, however, an unfortunate, unavoidable part of the circle of life that children must leave the nest and find their own independence. When this happens, Deputy Speaker, the once full family home it is often no longer necessary for a retiring couple to continue living in a large home, often also with a very large outdoor garden. Indeed, it can become a burden, particularly into older age. Deputy Speaker, as families transition into a well-earned retirement and begin to rely on an aged pension or other income support, it becomes a question of whether or not it is worthwhile to sell the principal home, an asset which they've spent their whole life paying off. Many of these couples might otherwise consider downsizing into a smaller, more manageable property. However, it might currently be a disincentive for these couples to downsize into a property which, although smaller, could also have a much lower value than their original property, leaving the couple with a cash surplus which will affect their ability to receive the aged pension. Currently, the existing arrangements allow an exemption on the proceeds of the sale of a home for up to 12 months, so long as the person still intends to use the proceeds to purchase, build, repair or renovate a new principal home. This bill extends the existing assets test exemption for principal home sale proceeds, where a person intends to use to purchase a new principal home, from 12 to 24 months. That 12-month extenuating circumstance will be available on a case-by-case basis. Deputy Speaker, Whilst this is currently a government bill, this was a coalition policy promised at the last election. The coalition firmly believes in reducing the cost of living and adopted this policy to give seniors and also veterans who are selling in the current property market greater confidence to downsize into something more suitable. This then provides greater confidence and certainty. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition estimates that as a result of these measures, around 890,000 Australians will now have greater certainty in their fortnightly social security payments. This, on our estimates, benefits 450,000 aged pensioners and 440,000 recipients of other payments with financial asset tests. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition has a strong track record helping older Australians who want to downsize, freeing up family homes in the market for younger families. Evidence of this track record was a major change in the budget of 2017-2018, where the Coalition government first announced those aged 65 or over could make a non-concessional contribution of up to $300,000 from the proceeds of selling their home into superannuation. Under this measure, more than 36,000 individuals have contributed a cumulative total of $8.9 billion to their superannuation. Deputy Speaker, earlier this year the Coalition further enhanced this measure by reducing the eligibility age for making downsizing contributions into superannuation from 65 to 60 years of age. This is providing far more flexibility for people as they are financially planning into their future. During the recent federal election, the Coalition announced that from 1st of July 2022, eligibility would be reduced to 55 years, further increasing the opportunity for older Australians to downsize. This is now a policy which the Labor government has adopted. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition has also supported almost 60,000 first home buyers and single-parent families into home ownership through the First Home Loan Deposit Scheme, the New Home Guarantee and the Family Home Guarantee. The New Home Guarantee allowed prospective homeowners to purchase a home with a deposit of as little as 5%, and the Family Home Guarantee allowed prospective homeowners to purchase a home with a deposit as little as 2%. If re-elected, the Coalition would have established the Super Home Buyer Scheme, allowing first home buyers to invest up to 40% of their superannuation to a maximum of $50,000 to help with the purchase of their first home. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, I have now spoken on a number of occasions about housing affordability, housing supply issues and providing better choice for Australians. For all of the reasons mentioned, I congratulate the Labor government for adopting this excellent initiative of the Coalition, and I reaffirm my support for this bill. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've got a couple of problems with this bill, but one is so much to say, such little time. Mr Deputy Speaker, as you have probably heard me speak in this place many times, I'm an ex-chippy, an ex-carpenter and joiner, proudly an ex-carpenter and joiner, still hold my builder's licence, although I have to say after the last 6 years I've been getting a little bit soft. But the housing and construction sector is incredibly important to me. Provide greater certainty to many Australians who are pensioners, and it is a bill which follows on from the fantastic work that the Coalition government has been doing in relation to the provision of housing over the last 6 years. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll foreshadow that I am so passionate about this area, I may even ask for an extension of time for my speech. This is a bill, the Social Security Act and the Veterans Entitlement Act, which supports pensioners and indeed other eligible income support recipients during the sale of the purchase of a home. Now, basically what it will do is it will extend the existing assets test exemption for a principal place of residence it'll extend the existing assets test exemption for principal place of residence which a person intends to use to purchase a new principal home from 12 to 24 months. It'll also apply only the lower below threshold deeming rate to these asset test exempt principal home sale proceeds when calculating the deemed income. Now, why is that important? Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are going through the former Assistant Treasurer, and he has done absolutely outstanding work. He has provided an opportunity, a legislative opportunity for thousands of Australians who would otherwise not have been able to buy a home through such programs as Home Builder, the Home Saver Super Scheme, and also schemes that we know people who, particularly say single parents, who just haven't been able to save a deposit, have been able to get it out of the rent race with as little as a 2% deposit, in some cases 5% deposit. We know that, that one of the greatest impediments to home ownership in this country is people's ability to be able to save enough money for a deposit. In the heady days of not so long ago, where we saw ever-increasing house prices, people just simply couldn't afford to save enough deposit and keep up with those savings to be able to save a deposit to buy a home. And so, to his credit, to the coalition government's credit, but particularly to the Assistant Treasurer's credit, these various schemes were devised to get people out of the rent race and into homes. And that's what this coalition is all about, going back to Menzies' days. Unashamedly, we are pro home ownership. Home ownership is not just an asset. It's not just something you can buy and sell. But more importantly, home ownership gives you security. It gives you comfort. It gives you a roof over your head. It's more than just one of the, the principal requirements or human needs of food, water and a roof over your head. It provides a home to Australians. And I'm a big believer in home ownership. That probably won't come as any great surprise to you as an ex-builder, because it provides that security to families. And one of the best things that this bill will provide is an incentive to people whose lives have changed because the kids have left the home. And I've been in that situation, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've got 4 daughters, 3 of whom have departed the nest. We once had a 5-bedroom home, and we no longer have that size home. And families do decrease the size of the home as the circumstances change. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do have a very, very significant problem. I have a very, very significant problem with the explanatory memoranda of this bill, which talks about this bill being able to assist older Australians who are said to be 55 and older. Now, I'm not quite there yet. I'm 54, but no, I'm not a lot older. I'm only 54. I'm a spring chicken. But in all seriousness, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I say that with jest. I do say that with jest. This bill will, and we support it for this reason, it will provide an incentive for older Australians to be able to downsize their home, move into a smaller home perhaps, and free up those larger family homes for families. Now we know, despite the great work that the former Assistant Treasurer has done over the last 6 years with all of the programs and all of the incentives that we've provided, there is still a massive shortfall in housing in this country. And it doesn't matter where you go, what and it is very clear that that is the case because of the amount of people, in my home state in Queensland, particularly around the Sunshine Coast, we've got a vacancy rate somewhere around about 0.2%. We've got people who are working, have good jobs, but they simply can't rent a house. They just can't find a house. They can't find a house, particularly for families. So this bill will not only assist and provide a greater degree of certainty to older Australians, people over age 55 apparently, you'd be right. Just make it. But it will provide much needed opportunities for younger Australians to be able, it will free up to some extent, it'll help add the supply of family homes to the market, which is a good thing. It's a very, very good thing. I've spoken about what's happening on the Sunshine Coast at the moment, and it is dire. And that's despite this government doing things like providing some 2. Its obligation, this opposition, when we're in government, not only takes its obligations to homeowners very seriously, but it also takes its obligations to those people who are less well off. Those people who can't afford to own their own home at this point in time. They may not be able to afford a private rental. So this coalition, when we were in government, provided some $2.1 billion to community housing providers to build or refinance their existing loans, to help people get into a rental home that's a subsidised rental home. I did an inquiry in relation to this in the last parliament, and community housing providers provide a sensational service to the Australian people, far better, in my view, than traditional state public housing. State public housing has a very, very long list. But when you finally get that house in public housing, you get a roof over your head. Community housing providers provide so much more. Community housing providers effectively want to put themselves out of a job. Community housing providers like I'll come back to it in a minute. My mind's gone blank, but community housing providers look at not just providing a roof over your head, but they want to look at why you are in need of assistance in the first place. How can they help you get out of community housing and into private rental, for example, and maybe even into home ownership? Now, that is far and away better than what public housing under states and territories provide. to be able to assist a family to get out of some form of community is a very, very worthy and needy objective. And this government is this opposition, when we were in government, we're working hand in glove with the community housing sector. But more than that, when we were in government, we were providing over $4 billion a year in Commonwealth rent assistance. If those members opposite pilloried the coalition when we were in government about not doing enough to help people in their time of need in relation to housing. We were spending billions of dollars in helping people with their rent. Now, the whole concept of Commonwealth rent assistance was that the Commonwealth would provide approximately 30% of the cost of housing, the cost of rental. Now, as we've seen in the last couple of years, rents have gone through the roof, and that 30% figure is probably inaccurate now. But it is absolutely false to say that when we were in government, that the coalition was not pulling its weight in relation to housing. So, look, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is a very, very important part to provide certainty and security to people who are pensioners, veterans, to be able to provide that greater degree of certainty, to give them a longer period of time, from 12 months to 24 months. And it really does build on the great work that the previous coalition government provided. Now, the measure will see around 890,000 Australians have greater certainty in their fortnightly social security payments. This would benefit 450,000 aged pensioners and 440,000 other payment recipients with financial assets who are affected by deeming rates. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the coalition, as I've indicated previously, worked assiduously in assisting people with housing. I've talked about the end user, but what I haven't talked about is the construction sector itself. And the construction sector is worth around about 8% of GDP in this country. It employs over 1 million Australians. And around about June of 2020, the construction sector faced an economic cliff, and a lot of my friends and colleagues in the building industry were saying just how dire things were becoming in the industry. But coalition, when we were in government, continued to work with the construction sector. We provided jobs and security to the people in need as a result of COVID, and that's just an additional benefit to the work that we've done in relation to providing home and home ownership, and I support this bill with great gusto.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for giving me the call. What this bill's all about is actually to benefits greatly those people who might like to downsize, mostly older Australians over 55, although that age has just been introduced in this last few months. So when you might be downsizing into a brand new home, which may take longer than 12 months to build. We'll get the permits and have it built. So what this bill does was extend the time where the monies that are the proceeds of the former house, that money to be set aside, let's say, set aside from all the other assets and considerations that would surround a person in regard to deeming, in regard to their social security benefit, in regard to any payments that might be made to them. This money in the home, of course, will not affect a social security benefit in the principal private residence, but as an amount of money in a it would affect the entitlement. So what the government is doing here is extending from 12 months that money to be set aside to 24 months the money can be set aside before it becomes eligible in the process of computing your social security benefit. It also means that it only applies to the lower below threshold deeming rates to these assets test exempt principal home sale proceeds when calculating your deeming income as well. So it's not only social security but your deeming income as well. But the great benefit here is that as part of these arrangements, when you sell your existing home, which may be a large home, may have a large garden, you may be older, it's time to move out of that residence and offer that to a future family, you can actually take $300,000 of that amount of money that has been accorded to you on the sale of the residence and put that directly into super in a non-concessional way, $17-18 budget that office was made, and I actually know of people who have used that benefit in the sale of their home or the sale of a property, whatever, and moved the $300,000 into their super, which is great long-term benefit for them and broadly their general family. This bill is one of the many benefits that governments have given to people around the family home and around moving to benefit themselves in older years. Is moving from 60 years of age down to 55 years of age before you become eligible for this. Those that are around that age, I hope they don't see themselves as older people, but rather see it as an opportunity for governments to say, I'm sure governments would have sat round, and Deputy Speaker, you'd know exactly about this because of your background. How can we encourage people to open up the housing market? So you look at every aspect of the housing market, every aspect of it, and say, what can really, since the Second World War, the ownership of a home was the basis of the family unit. The great dream was not to have the ute and the caravan and the boat out the back, or the holiday house wherever, down at Portsea, or Portsea's not a good example. I better go for something like down at Lang Lang Beach or something like that. Nothing in your pocket and say a great achievement for us would be to own our own home. Taken for granted by many Australians for many, many years. We're faced with a totally different situation now. So governments over the last 10, 15 years have been saying housing affordability is an issue. How can we make a change to our policies that will encourage people to either downsize families to come in and buy, outside of building social housing ourselves, which we do anyway, but something that the market can do, because you're going to say, here's an opportunity for us, which your accountant may draw to your attention, the government may draw to your attention, somebody draws to your attention that you might be struggling in the household a bit. I know, because I'm on a few acres, and that's becoming for me quite a bit of work to do. It was fine when I was 20 and created the garden that I created, but these particular things, they play a part in how you can handle the households that you have. And our baby boomers, our people born after the war or just after the war and through these years, they have created wonderful homes on beautiful blocks right across Australia. In Adelaide, in Perth, in Melbourne, in all our regional cities, Wangaratta, Ben. Wonderful homes, but now not necessarily the appropriate home. One of the biggest cohorts of people within the Australian community that are at risk of becoming homeless are actually women over the age of 55. And that's an indictment on us, and it's the type of housing that they might need. So you don't want somebody who is at risk of homelessness going into a place with 5 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms and a garden and this. I think there's an opportunity for us to consider very carefully, and there was a report out only recently, about the design of future housing for that cohort of women over 55 needing public accommodation. Right? And governments have taken responsibility all the way along, state and federal governments, although the federal government actually gives money to the state governments to deliver the services. And I'm not of the view that state governments don't deliver on housing. I'm not of that view at all, because they do. State governments do deliver on housing. That has been their responsibility. Our responsibility has been to deliver them, except in the area of Indigenous affairs, where we have direct involvement in supplying the public housing for those people. So when I consider this bill, I consider how it might benefit long-term benefits for not only the owners of the house, their financial benefit in that they are being protected in 2 ways, that their asset is not come into the calculation of their social security arrangements. It doesn't come into their deeming arrangements, so they're protected there. Super for their benefit in their retirement. Now that is a terrific incentive for people to say, yes, I can live in a smaller opportunity. I can even move into one of those community age over 55 housing developments. There's a very good one at Phillip Island. There's a very good one at Pakenham that I know of. There's a very good one at Warragul. There's a number of them growing, and they're very, very, very popular for people to go and live in. They're sort of in between their housing and permanent aged care, but they are communal. Are taking the opportunity to move into that type of housing because they have recreational facilities, they have people to talk to, they're not on their own, loneliness is diminished, and they have activities that they can use in that type of arrangement. And a number of people that I know have chosen that next step, especially women on their own who have an asset within a home, have lost their husband, or partner you call them these days, and they choose that type of lifestyle. And I haven't heard anybody complain about the places that they go to. We had one problem. I did have a problem a few years ago, but that's past now. But most of these actually enjoy that change of lifestyle. And I say that as you get older, you do take the life. It's not a death sentence, it's life as we know it. And there's a very good development just happened in the community of Pakenham, which is, I live there, but it's no longer in my electorate. but I see they are very, very highly sought-after units within an over 55s development, very sought-after units. So, and I think the happy hour on Friday is pretty well attended, Deputy Speaker. So having said that, this bill, it's a good bill because both the former government and this government have supported this process. They understand the importance of it, but it's opportunities for people right across the country to offer their home for the next generation of people. So, Deputy Speaker, having regard to the time and the opportunity that you've given me to speak to this bill, I want to tell you that housing has been the most important economic stabiliser for families across Australia since the Second World War. And to come here to this nation and have the opportunities to create wealth and to not only own your own home, to speak today.
It being just past 1 p.m, debate is interrupted. The chair will be resumed at 4 p.m. this afternoon.
That's all. That would make so funny.
Are you going to start? No, I'm just suspend it so we can just go straight. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a great pleasure to be here and for us to be able to start the chamber in a timely manner. I rise to speak on the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment incentivising pensioners to downsize Bill 2022. Madam Deputy Speaker, Australia is currently facing a housing shortage, with many young families unable to secure suitable homes. The supply of housing is the most significant factor in this crisis. Throughout the pandemic, house prices soared, with high demand and low housing supply pushing the dream of home ownership further down the road for many young families. In order to free up family homes in the market for young families, it is vital that older Australians are able to downsize when they no longer want to maintain that large family residence and, importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, are not penalised for doing so. The Coalition is supporting this bill, as the measures within it were first announced by us on this side. It does exactly what we committed to do at the last election. That is, to double the assets test exemption to 2 years when pensioners downsize from their family home, giving them more time to plan their future and less lawns to mow, I might add. More importantly, we are supporting this bill because it will provide pensioners with the ability to extend their existing asset test exemption for principal home sale proceeds from which a person intends to use to purchase a new principal home from 12 to 24 months. As the Shadow Minister has stated, the best way to support older Australians in incentivising them to downsize is to remove the disincentives that exist in the system. The measures in this bill are following a strong framework laid out by the previous Coalition government. During our time in government, we announced that Australians aged 65 or over could make a non-concessional contribution of up to $300,000 from the proceeds of selling their home into superannuation from 1 July 2018. Earlier this year, we further enhanced this measure, reducing the eligibility age from 65 to 60 years of age. The results of these policies speak for themselves, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we've seen 36,800 individuals contribute some $8.9 billion to their superannuation under this measure from July 2018 to January 2022. Imitation, of course, is the most sincerest form of flattery, and there is no greater measure of success of these policies than Labor adopting our election commitment from the previous election to further reduce the eligibility age for non-concessional contributions to 55 years of age. But the flattery from the Labor government does not end there, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, the very measures sought to be implemented in this bill were first announced by the Coalition at the federal election. So successful and robust is the home ownership framework built by the Coalition that it can not only withstand a Labor government, but it can continue to grow in spite of it. We have a strong track record of not only helping older Australians who are looking to downsize, but also assisting young families into their first home, from measures such as our home guarantee schemes. During the previous government, the Coalition supported more than 300,000 Australians with the purchase of a home. We supported almost 60,000 first home buyers and single-parent families into home ownership through measures consisting of the First Home Loan Deposit Scheme, the New Home Guarantee and the Family Home Guarantee, with a deposit of as little as 5% or 2% respectively. The Coalition government protected the residential construction industry with more than 137,000 home builder applications, generating $120 billion of economic activity. This action was paramount in not only keeping the construction industry afloat, but ensuring that it was in a position to respond to the housing demand that the country now faces. Responding to the strains of low-income earners, we provided $2.9 billion of low-cost loans to community housing providers to support 15,000 social and affordable houses, saving $470 million in interest payments to be reinvested in more affordable housing. In total, we unlocked 6,900 social, affordable and market dwellings through the Coalition's $1 billion infrastructure facility to make housing supply more responsive. Through this framework of tangible and measurable achievements, we then announced this very policy, working in tandem and building on a variety of measures to provide further supply and removing impositions for first home buyers. While the Coalition will be supporting these measures today, there is much more that should be done to address housing supply shortages and to foster growth in ownership across the country. Earlier this year, the Coalition government was already providing additions to our framework to address these concerns. At the recent federal election, the Coalition government made a commitment to establish a super home buyer scheme to allow first home buyers to invest up to 40% of their superannuation, up to a maximum of $50,000, to help with the purchase of their first home. We would have built upon our first home guarantee scheme by raising the number of low deposit guarantees for first home buyers to $35,000 each financial year and increased property price caps for the home guarantee scheme to ensure that Australians continued to have a choice when purchasing their home. Madam Deputy Speaker, we would have also continued to support our regions by incentivising the purchase of new build homes, providing 10,000 low deposit guarantees each financial year for those moving to or within regional areas. Opportunities for home ownership among single-parent families would have been expanded by increasing the number of low deposit guarantees for single-parent families to buy a home with a deposit of as little as 2% to $5,000 each financial year. Finally, we would have also supported greater investment into affordable housing with an additional $2 billion in low-cost financing for social and affordable dwellings, bringing total low-cost financing to $5.5 billion, supporting around 27,500 dwellings. In stark contrast, Labor is committing funds in an off-budget fund to support a housing program that has currently no substance and is lacking detailed costings or an implementation plan. Labor's Help to Buy scheme is at best a niche program that very few Australians would even qualify for, let alone want to participate in. Significantly, this scheme will do nothing for housing affordability because it does not support supply, the aspect of housing affordability which this bill directly aims to address. If there is one thing that is abundantly clear from Labor's track record in this space, is that they are better off implementing coalition policies instead of coming to their own conclusions. Owning your own home is still a fundamental part of the Australian dream. 85% of renters aspire to own their own home. Home ownership offers security and stability for both individuals and families. A home is the largest purchase most Australians will make in their lives, and without a doubt will be their most important and cherished asset. That's why it is so vital that government does not stifle supply, providing the economic conditions that allow these dreams to be fulfilled. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Lynn. Lyon. Apologies. Lyon. No.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, this is a good bill. I have many seniors in my area of the country, the beautiful Lyon electorate. In fact, we have double the number of people, double the rate, average rate of Australians aged over the age of 65 in my electorate. I think the last time I looked at Department of Social Security services, I have over 31,000 people receiving the age pension alone, let alone veterans' pensions, single mothers on parenting payments, and other people on government assistance. We have a phenomenon of really major housing shortages in regional Australia. Since COVID came along and people in metropolitan Australia started buying up country houses, which were historically long-term rentals, to turn them into Airbnbs, short-term rentals, so that they could have the ability to escape lockdowns. And subsequently, many more metropolitan people have discovered the joys of living in country Australia. So a lot of that rental market has dried up for long-term renters. Now, this bill does amend the Social Security Act and the Veterans Entitlement Act to allow people, when they sell their primary residence, their own home, to downsize to a smaller unit or a smaller house, that they can have 2 years before they purchase their next primary residence, as opposed to the current situation where they will only get that leave pass for 1 year. Those existing arrangements in the current housing market means you really have to have been very efficient in knowing what house you're going to buy pretty much before you sell your own home. But with the housing shortages and the rampant runaway markets over the last 2 and 3 years, that's proved problematic. So a 24-month window will be able to, there will be many more people that will take up the idea of downsizing. That means bigger houses, bigger apartments that are available for young people will come onto the market as a result. Potentially even more coming onto the long-term rental market if investors buy it to let out as rental properties. It also, in this bill, extends only the lower below-threshold deeming rate to these asset test-exempt principal home sale proceeds when they're calculating the deemed income. At the moment, with deeming rates where it is and the limits of $56,500 for singles and $93,600 for couples combined, it will be a significant change. Okay, this now at 24 months means that while they're trying to find their house, they will get some reasonable income assistance because they'll have to rent somewhere in the meantime, with rents being ridiculously expensive. Now, this bill receives our support because it was our policy, and I compliment the members of the new government in taking up good policy. We're never going to obstruct good policy, but it's a copycat. You've got to admit that. I think I should just give you a quick summary of all the other good things we did in the housing market to help people get into their first home. The first... property prices are very hard for first home buyers. Whether you're in a metropolitan or rural setting, house prices have gone up incredibly over the last 3 and 4 years, and some of them in my areas have gone up 30 or 40%. But there are corrections happening in the marketplace as interest rates rise. But in the 2017-18 budget, we announced people over 65 could make a non-concessional contribution of $300,000 on the proceeds of selling their home into superannuation. And then we introduced further changes this year in the last budgets to lower this to people 60 years of age rather than the 65-year limit. Now, a lot of people took up that and created a healthy buffer in their super fund to see them through their senior years. $8.9 billion has gone into it. 36,800 people took up that idea. Now, in the last budget, we proposed that the reduction that we'd made to 60 would come down to 55 to encourage what is good behaviour for freeing up housing. We'll hope that will increase the number of people downsizing so that young families have more houses to choose from. The other thing that we've done on a macro scale during our time in government was we set up the National Housing Infrastructure Loan Facility, and that has allowed cheap government loans to community and social housing providers to build many more community and social housing units. There are thousands of people that have moved out of long-term rental into community housing because it's generally available at a cheaper price than the free open market. The other thing that we have done is initiated the Super Saver Scheme and increased the potential size of it in the last term of government. It allowed people to put 40% of their superannuation up to a maximum of $50,000 to help in either the deposit or the purchase of their first home. And Australians, when they eventually sell that home, they obviously have to put that money and pro rata it back into their super fund, but it avoids them paying interest and means they get their deposit a lot sooner. That's been a great initiative. We've also given, as I said, people in now at the age of 55, they can put in $300,000 per person into their super fund on the sale of their first house. We have also had the home loan deposit scheme and the new home and family home guarantee so that people could borrow to buy their first home with them only having 5% of the deposit. It's generally a 20% deposit required by most lenders, but that allows them to get an insurance policy to guarantee the missing percentage. Now, there were 30,000 or more people who got into their first home as a result of that. They're out of the long-term rent trap. The most important thing is this has helped many single-parent families buy their first home. And we have found that single parents are the most resilient first-home buyers because they realise they have finally got their own home. They are very dependable mortgage repayers, and it also means that in the long term they can become much more secure because having your own home in your senior years is a great asset. The amount of money that was put aside for this low-cost financing for social and affordable dwellings started off at $2 billion, but by the time we left government, it had raised to $5.5 billion, and that supported 27,500 dwellings. So there is a lot of stuff that has been, a lot of initiatives, I should say, that have been introduced, but this particular bill will make life a lot easier for many seniors to make that decision to downsize their home, cash in the value of it, put it into their super, have a smaller amount of capital tied up in their primary place of residence. It will help the housing shortage. It will help people get into rentals, as some of these downsized houses will go into the rental market, but allow young families who are upgrading to bigger homes to get into it. The big issue with the housing shortage is that the supply of homes and land hasn't matched the population growth. Considering a lot of our temporary residents and overseas migrants have had the right to buy homes here for as long as I have been involved in politics, we have had a negative balance in new homes. But we certainly had a first home building and buyers boom during the terms of the Morrison, Turnbull and Abbott government, because we on this side of the government believe the best form of assistance is for people to be in a job and to own their own home and to get that home and not be paying off a mortgage all their life. The sooner they can get into it, the better. So I commend this bill to the House, and I'm sure others will support it as well. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of this bill, which amends the Social Security Act 1991 and the Veterans Entitlements Act 1986 to support pensioners or other eligible income support recipients during the sale and purchase of a new home by extending the existing assets test exemption for principal home sale proceeds, which a person intends to use to purchase a new principal home, from 12 to 24 months, and applying only the lower below threshold deeming rate to these asset test exempt principal home sale proceeds when calculating deemed income. Up until recently, the 12-month period was previously considered to be a reasonable amount of time to build a new principal home or find an existing one. As a measure brought to the last election, the Coalition committed to double that period to 24 months. This commitment was to give seniors who are selling in the current property market greater confidence to downsize into something more suitable, while providing greater confidence and certainty in their financial planning. And I'm pleased to see a bipartisan approach to this policy, particularly as it provides more support and the financial incentives to downsize their house in the hopes of boosting housing stock for families across the country who are struggling to find housing and break into the real estate market. We're all aware of the rise in real estate prices all across the country, which has not left the northern Tasmanian region untouched. There have been sharp rises in my electorate that are leaving the dream of the family home increasingly out of reach, with supply and demand a core issue, driving up housing costs. Earlier this year, I read an article stating that almost 70% of Australians believe that the great Aussie dream of owning a home is over. The Property Council of Australia's data found 4 out of 5 aspiring homeowners believe the dream of home ownership is unachievable. Property Council Chief Executive Ken Morrison said the findings were incredibly disheartening, and a Finder survey in December found 39% of Gen Z respondents felt extremely negative about their ability to afford a home, with 23% of respondents across the board expressing the same level of pessimism. Further research has shown that it's harder than ever for first home buyers as they battle against high prices and borrowing barriers, with the saving for the standard 20% deposit pushing back the timeline for many hoping to break into the housing market for the first time. In my own electorate of Bass, a number of suburbs were considered some of the fastest growing in the state in the year to May 2022. Regional Tasmanian dwelling prices grew in value by 3.9% in the 3 months to May, one of the fastest rates in the country, and much faster than Hobart, where dwelling value increased by just 0.3% over the same period, according to the latest data released by analytics firm CoreLogic. In May, the median house prices for Waverley was $432,140, an annual change of 37.9%. Beaconsfield was $444,897, an annual change of 35.1%. St Leonard's, $571,586, an annual change of 33.7%. And Trevallyn at $666,738, an annual change of 33%. The value of units in Launceston and the North East grew by 4.6% in the quarter, the second fastest rate in regional Australia, while Launceston houses grew by 2.6% in the period. In 2016, the median Launceston house price was $269,000. This July, the median house cost was over $600,000. While this might speak to a decent return for some investors who are identifying Launceston as a hotspot, and I don't begrudge investors looking to set up their future finances, it's creating a significant issue around housing availability and affordability, particularly for family homes. We know that 85% of renters aspire to own their own home due to the security and stability home ownership offers for both individuals and families. However, even the standard 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom so-called starter home for young couples is becoming increasingly out of reach. Identifying the increasing challenges Australia's faced in securing their first home, the Coalition implemented a number of policies to address the issues, resulting in supporting almost 60,000 first home buyers and single-parent families into home ownership through the home guarantee schemes, consisting of the First Home Loan Deposit Scheme, the New Home Guarantee and the Family Home Guarantee, with a deposit of as little as 5% or 2% respectively. Through our $1 billion infrastructure facility, we unlocked 6,900 social, affordable and market dwellings to make housing supply more responsive to demand and established the First Home Super Saver Scheme, helping 27,600 first home buyers accelerate their deposit savings through super. Addressing the housing crisis will require all three levels of government, local, state and federal, to be actively involved in providing solutions. And it was the First Home Builders Grant, offering a combined grant of $45,000 between the federal and state government, that gave young Tasmanian couple Georgina and Campbell the opportunity to build a new home in 2021. Until the grant, the couple had been saving for 5 years for a deposit on a house. During that time, we've rented for roughly 2 years and spent the remainder of the time either living with family or house sitting, Georgina said. We're both thrilled that we were able to receive the 2 grants, Campbell continued. If we didn't receive the 2 grants, it would have taken us another 2 to 3 years of saving and living with family or house sitting. I also want to take the opportunity to give credit to the Tasmanian Liberal Government for providing a helping hand to enable more Tasmanians to own their own home through the new My Home Shared Equity program. In partnership with Tassie's own Bank of Us, the My Home program helps people achieve home ownership by reducing the costs of buying a home by sharing these costs with the Tasmanian Government. My Home shares the upfront costs of owning your own home, which reduces the deposit needed and mortgage repayments, requiring a deposit of just 2%. The Shared Equity program also offers a new type of assistance, providing up to $150,000 or 30% in equity for the purchase price of an existing home. The program's first customer, Emma Attard, utilised the program to purchase an existing renovated home in the suburb of Youngtown. Without the program, Ms Attard said buying her first home would have been impossible. And for people who want to build their own home, My Home can provide up to $200,000 or 40% in equity of the purchase price of a new home or house and land package. Though certainly not a silver bullet, this program is one way of supporting Tasmanians to achieve home ownership and making the cost of owning a home more affordable. And as recognised through this bill, encouraging pensioners to downsize from a family home to something smaller without being financially penalised will hopefully free up more housing for those seeking to purchase their first home. The Coalition has a strong record in helping older Australians who want to downsize, freeing up family homes in the market for young families beginning in the 2017-18 budget, when we first announced that those aged 65 or over could make non-concessional contributions of up to $300,000 from the proceeds of selling their home into superannuation from the 1st of July 2018. Additionally, earlier this year, the Coalition further enhanced this measure, reducing the eligibility age for making downsizer contributions into superannuation from 65 to 60 years of age. And from the 1st of July 2018 to the end of January 2022, under the Coalition, 36,800 individuals have contributed $8.9 billion to their superannuation under this measure. While I do support this bill, addressing housing supply issues and housing affordability over the long term will need long-term strategy, commitment and vision from all sides and all levels of government. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favour? All those against? I declare it carried. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
A message has been received from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending that, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Declare it carried. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Treasury Laws Amendment 2022 Measures number 3 Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fenner. Sorry. Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I advise the Federation Chamber that in the House it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Fees Impositions Amendment Bill 2022 and Income Tax Amendment Labour Mobility Program Bill 2022. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In 1951, Frank McEncroe, a boilermaker from Bendigo, invented the Chicko roll. He'd been impressed by chicken rolls that were sold at Richmond Games, but he decided that it wasn't an item that you could hold in one hand. And the genius of the Chicko roll, Deputy Speaker, as you'll know so well, is that it is an item which is so deep fried that you can hold it in one hand without it collapsing. It doesn't in fact contain any chicken, so his initial name of the chicken roll was changed to the Chicko roll. It's largely cabbage, barley and a little bit of beef. But it is also the genesis of the foreign investment scheme in Australia. The remarkable story told by David Uren in his book on foreign investment goes to 1972, when some 40 million Chicko rolls were being sold annually in Australia, and the US conglomerate IT&T made a bid to buy the company. And the notion of an iconic Aussie product, such as the Chicko roll, being sold to the Americans caused a backlash in the press and in Parliament. As one commentator notes, quote, "The cabinet meeting over the Chicko roll was the beginning of the regulation of foreign investment in Australia." Foreign investment remains critical to Australia's prosperity. Our sugar production industry was kick-started in 1855 by Colonial Sugar Refinery, now known as CSR. When Schweppes opened a bottling facility in 1877, that was a spur to Australian manufacturing. When Kodak set up its first film plant in 1908, or Heinz began canning baked beans in 1935, or 3M started producing in 1951, those foreign investments provided not only capital but know-how to the Australian economy. Australia benefits from defence firms such as Lockheed Martin, from investments in quantum computing and from investments in important infrastructure projects. And indeed, the infrastructure expenditure in Australia would be smaller if it were not for foreign investment. This bill deals with both immigration and foreign investment, and it's apt that it does so because there's a tie between the two. To the extent that migration impacts on wages, it does so as a result of lowering the ratio of capital to labour. Conversely, when we take in foreign investment, we increased the ratio of capital to labour. The capital to labour ratio really matters. It's one of the reasons why wages in Australia at the end of the 1800s were among the highest in the world. So, for those of us who care about sustaining well-paid jobs in Australia, foreign investment plays a part in that. And foreign investment and migration can go together, ensuring that the ratio of capital to labour remains unchanged. If we didn't have foreign investments, production, employment and household income in Australia would all be lower. Australia recorded some $37 billion in foreign direct investment inflows in 2021, and the total stock of FDI in Australia at the end of last year was $1.1 trillion. In the first quarter of this year, there was the largest inflow of foreign direct investment on record, some $59 billion. Now, quarters go up and down, and so we shouldn't expect this to be sustained, but it is a marker of the scale of foreign investment in Australia and the attractiveness of Australia as a foreign investment destination. By stock, the largest investors in Australia are in order: the United States, Japan, the United Kingdom, Canada, the Netherlands and China. And it is a reflection of our stable democracy, rule of law, highly skilled workforce, proximity to fast-growing markets, abundant natural resources and the historic strength of our economy that we've remained an attractive destination for foreign investment. But it's important we maintain that balance and we maintain community confidence in foreign investment while protecting Australia's interests. This bill delivers on the government's 2022 election commitment in doubling foreign investment fees and the financial penalties that relate to foreign ownership of residential property in Australia. It does so in order to ensure that there is strong public support in our foreign investment approach. Increases to penalties will contribute to funding the government's housing affordability policies, an issue which I know is of importance to members on both sides of the House. The previous debate dealt extensively with home ownership. The matter of public importance debate today, moved in the House by the crossbench, went to home ownership. And so using these increased penalties to boost housing affordability policies will be a measure that will be warmly welcomed by many members in the community. The indexation of fee amounts needs to remain consistent and coherent, and will do so as a result of this measure. The government expects the measure to remove ambiguity about the operation of the fee caps and otherwise to have minimal impact on the amount of fees payable by foreign investments. I commend the work that the Treasurer and the Assistant Treasurer have done in bringing these measures forward. They are important, and they do sit hand in glove, Deputy Speaker, with the strong commitment of this side of the House to ongoing foreign investment and to the benefits that foreign investment can bring to the Australian economy. And I'd also make brief remarks, Deputy Speaker, about the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, which helps to both meet workforce shortages in Australia, but also to provide skills to countries in our region. That program has been evaluated and been noted to be highly successful in terms of helping to give back to our local community. Work done by Stephen Howes and others at the Australian National University has highlighted the important role of its predecessor, the Pacific Seasonal Migration Scheme, in ensuring that we provide good, well-paying jobs to people from the Pacific Islands. That those jobs allow them to remit money back to their home communities, but also, importantly, that they go home with additional skills and expertise, able to start new businesses, to be even more productive employees in their home countries. The current funding for program delivery supports around 27,000 workers to enter Australia under the scheme. It is a good scheme, and I'm pleased to see this measure supporting it in the bill. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister, Assistant Minister, for his contribution. I was not aware of that history in relation to the Chico roll. I'll have a little bit of work to do there. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too thank the previous speaker for giving us that valuable information on the history of foreign investment in this country. I rise to well, speak broadly in favour of the bill, but the Coalition has foreshadowed an amendment to this in the lead speaker's speech in the House, and that relates to Schedule 5 of this bill, which is creating an exemption or a lower standard for faith-based superannuation funds, that they not need to meet the same performance test that is currently in place across the entire superannuation sector. And we do in the Coalition take exception to this, this policy point. And let's just think about the principle first. We established these performance tests and the requirement for all funds that receive compulsory superannuation contributions into them, regulated through APRA, that they get measured and that people understand how the fund that their retirement savings is being invested in, how it's performing. And we simply expect, think it's quite reasonable, that there be some performance standards for funds and that every single person with a superannuation account isn't expected to do an unnecessary amount of analysis of the fund that they are contributing into to properly understand whether it is meeting those kind of performance benchmarks. And my loose understanding, I don't pretend to have a deep understanding, but my loose understanding is that these performance metrics, which would be across listed equities, listed debt, I'm sure it's slightly more complicated with unlisted asset classes, but ultimately you look at the benchmark for those various asset classes and expect these superannuation funds to meet those performance standards. And that is the case for every superannuation fund in our system at the moment. And what Schedule 5 of this bill proposes to do is say that a certain category of superannuation funds, and it is suggested to be faith-based funds, can get an exemption from that, from the requirement of meeting that performance standard. Well, I can't for the life of me understand why people of faith that contribute their superannuation into a faith-based superannuation fund shouldn't deserve the same standard of protection as anyone else that contributes to superannuation. And as someone who's of faith myself, I think it's a particularly important principle that we don't introduce something that I see to be quite discriminatory. And as an aside, I look forward to supporting a bill to protect people from discrimination on religious grounds, hopefully very, very soon in this parliament. But the principle shouldn't be different if you contribute your superannuation into a fund that's run by a faith with faith-based objectives, and I have no objection to faith-based superannuation funds whatsoever. And there are lots of other different forms of superannuation funds out there that people choose to contribute into, and I think there should be as much flexibility and choice around that. But it shouldn't be the case that any superannuation fund doesn't have to meet standards that are put in place to make sure that people have a significant security over their retirement savings. And I don't know why, if this exemption is necessary, it clearly suggests that some of these funds don't see themselves meeting those tests into the future. And if these funds are not meeting those tests, all that means is that people whose superannuation is held by those funds are not going to have as significant retirement savings when they need to call upon them than people that are in any other scheme in the superannuation system. Now, why would we think that that is something that we should allow? Why would we think that anyone's retirement savings shouldn't meet the exact same standard as everyone else's? And that is what Schedule 5 is seeking to do in this bill. So we have significant concerns about that. And also, frankly, I think it's quite clear that if this goes through, this could be the beginning of a whole range of other potential exemptions that are put forward into the future. And then the whole principle of having performance standards for superannuation funds will become completely pointless. And I think we should all really cherish the requirement that we've created to have that framework in place. And we all know, and have all had experiences of constituents and people that we know and love probably that have at times had bad experiences with superannuation funds. It's a huge sector. In March, I think APRA valued superannuation savings at $3.4 trillion. It's an enormous amount of money, and we want to make sure that we've got a robust framework in place that is ensuring that people don't have to have any stress whatsoever about their retirement savings and not have an undue burden upon them individually. Some people are in a wide variety of circumstances and capacity to look closely at what's happening with their superannuation fund and hope, and they should expect that their government and the framework that's in place that oversees superannuation is largely doing that job for them. And that's the case with these performance standards. And I have great concern, and the Coalition has great concern about us starting to create exemptions for anyone whatsoever when it comes to meeting those important standards that are in place to protect the retirement savings of the members of those funds. Schedule 4, we're very pleased to see, which of course brings in a 15% flat income tax rate on members of the Pacific, people that participate in the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme. We're all aware of the very significant challenges around labour and seasonal labour in particular, and we also recognise how important it is to our friends in Pacific nations to have this source of remittances going back into those economies from workers that can travel to Australia within these schemes and, of course, earn income, particularly in the agricultural sector, which is probably under the most pressure of any sector when it comes to labour shortages, particularly seasonal labour shortages right now, and has been for the last few years, first through COVID and border closures, etc., and now, of course, with such an extremely tight labour market, the simple lack of supply of labour and the terrible stories you hear about businesses because they haven't got access to labour, some of the foregone production, and in some cases people's regular, reliable livelihood, particularly when you're talking about produce, etc., and the inability to pick it, pack it, and ship it. So this obviously brings, if it weren't for this change, they'd be paying 32.5% tax on their income that they would earn under the current system, and that that is clearly a disincentive, no doubt, in certain circumstances for more people to participate in this scheme. And I think we're going to really need this scheme more than ever going forward. And so we welcome the reduction, or this measure, which would reduce that tax rate from 32.5% from their first dollar earned down to 15%, so 15 cents in the dollar throughout what they earn through that scheme. And that does bring that tax rate into line with other similar schemes that are in place. Other elements of the bill, not overly controversial at all, and I note, I think it's Schedule 2 that extends some of the measures we put in place under COVID regarding requirements for companies to hold meetings and to deal with documents in certain ways, and there were lots of challenges because of COVID restrictions for corporations to meet some of their requirements and to put some of those requirements in a more electronic, non-physical form, and this sees some of those elements extended through. And I can't possibly elaborate any more eloquently than the previous speaker on the history of foreign investment and some of the exciting changes that are being put in place there around the foreign investment penalties around not complying with foreign investment rules to do with residential land. So on a particularly exciting Treasury Law Amendment Bill number 3, I urge the Chamber to consider very strongly the amendment that we are moving regarding Schedule 5 and commend the other elements of the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on today's Treasury Laws and Amendment Bill and the additional measures related to foreign acquisitions and income tax. Once again, a large proportion of these measures were supported or in fact were initiated while the Coalition were in government. For example, the income tax amendment reduces the tax rate on certain income earned by eligible foreign resident workers participating in the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme. Now, the Pacific Mobility Labour Scheme helps to meet workforce shortages in Australia, as well as providing official development assistance to Pacific nations and Timor-Leste. The Pacific Australian Labour Mobility Scheme allows eligible businesses to recruit workers to help fill workforce shortages in any sector where no suitable Australians are available. This is a really important scheme that enables Australian businesses, particularly agricultural businesses, to be able to utilise Pacific labour where, and in the instances where so many young Australians show a reluctance to want to work. I think of a number of strawberry farms in my electorate, the Twist Brothers farm, that had so much trouble, in fact, finding workers to pick strawberries that the Twist Brothers just eventually gave up and stopped farming strawberries and turned it into a turf farm. And there are many stories around my electorate, and in fact across the country, where crops have been ploughed in simply because we haven't been able to get the labour that we need. Now, that, whilst regrettable, was somewhat understandable during the COVID pandemic, but now that things are eventually returning to normal, it is very, very difficult for many agricultural growers to find appropriate labour to be able to have their crops picked. So this is a very sensible scheme. Eligible businesses can recruit workers for short-term seasonal jobs for up to 9 months or longer-term roles for between 1 and 4 years to help fill unskilled, low and semi-skilled workforce shortages. The change will reduce the rate of tax from a marginal 32.5% to a flat rate of 15%. So, while I agree in principle with a number of the measures contained in this bill, I do have a number of reservations, particularly in relation to Schedule 5 of the bill. Now, Schedule 5 of this bill implements a Labor election promise to exempt faith-based superannuation products from the Your Future, Your Super performance test. Now, we should always be striving for the best when it comes to Australians' hard-earned money, and we need to remember that superannuation is compulsory. And the concept of superannuation is a good thing. The concept of super requires workers to have a percentage, I think it's 10.5% at the moment, of their wage quarantined for when they retire. It's designed to take the pressure off. It's designed to take the pressure off the public purse, the pension scheme, and reward people for their own self-reliance. That's a good thing. But because we are making it compulsory, because government says you must do this, then there's a certain element upon government to ensure that, to the maximum extent possible, that the scheme is transparent, that the superannuation scheme is transparent. The Australian superannuation scheme, as the member for Sturt earlier said, it's the 4th largest similar such scheme in the world. Now, for a country of 25 million people, that is no small feat. Some $3.4 trillion are invested in superannuation. That is a very, very significant nest egg, and it is a very significant responsibility upon government to ensure that there are appropriate amounts of transparency. Now, when we're talking about hard-earned money of everyday Australians, in my view, and in the view of many of my colleagues, if not all of them in the opposition, we simply do not have the right to be imposing ideological restrictions on what they can and can't do with their money. Now, let's be very clear on this. Superannuation is the workers' money. It's not the government's money. It's not Labor's money. It's not the opposition's money. It's the workers' money. Those mums and dads, they run their own small business, they're employed, they work hard, they're our doctors, they're our nurses, they're our people who work in our grocery stores. This is their money, and they have the right to expect that their government will assess super products based on performance and integrity, not on ideology or faith. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am a person of faith. I'm a practising Catholic. I think it's very important. My faith is very important to me. But I do not believe that a faith-based superannuation fund should be treated any differently to any other fund. I do not believe that there should be a lower threshold of transparency or, in fact, performance that's expected of a faith-based superannuation fund than any other superannuation fund. It is absolutely imperative that we, as legislators, measure, that we legislate and that we adjudicate super products in light of three main things: whose money it is, what the performance of the fund is, and the transparency and integrity of the fund. These principles are the foundation of our historic Your Future, Your Super reforms. They are the most significant reforms in the 30 years since compulsory super was adopted. Now, in case the members of the government have forgotten, let me remind those opposite why we implemented the Your Future, Your Super reforms. We took these steps to protect the financial interests of all Australians by removing unnecessary waste, increasing accountability and transparency, and providing more flexibility for families and individuals as well as their businesses. It was about doing something tangible to increase transparency and accountability. We strengthened the obligations on trustees to act in their members' interests, not those of their political or corporate patrons. And it was about enhancing the information readily available to members. Now, this would allow them the chance to engage and contribute to the way their funds were invested. But, as is Labor's want, Labor have opted to side with the big end of town once again. Hitched to the unions and industry super funds, they've now dismantled some of those essential transparency and accountability reforms for super. It is vital that we reintroduce that transparency and accountability and enshrine it in law. The Your Future, Your Super reforms hold funds to account for underperformance, to lower fees and protect members from poor outcomes. We required superannuation products to meet an annual objective performance test. Those that fail are required to inform members, and persistently underperforming products will be prevented from taking on new members. This is about protecting the interests of everyday Australians. You wouldn't think that that was objectionable. You wouldn't think that anybody would quibble with those changes. It's about ensuring that those who have worked hard and maybe even broken a generational welfare dependency, for example, that they can rely on the quality and surety of their superannuation fund. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, our reforms under the Your Future, Your Super, Your Future, our reforms have seen 13 underperforming funds fold or taken necessary action. That's a good thing. Those underperforming funds that not only underperform but usually charge very excessive fees and charges, they need to be held to account. They should be held to account. This performance needs to hold for all funds and all Australians, regardless of the individual's age, their sex or their faith, and equally it needs to hold true to whether the fund is a for-profit fund, whether it's a not-for-profit fund, whether it's an industry fund, or whether, in fact, it's a faith-based fund. It is this exemption from transparency measures with regard to faith-based super products which concerns me. Transparency, accountability and integrity are not optional. Now, members opposite talk the big talk about integrity. They talk the big talk about integrity. We're seeing that today about the introduction of integrity. They talk the big talk about integrity when it comes to all manner of things, but they seem to go quiet when it refers to superannuation, particularly in relation to industry super funds. They go deathly quiet when the conversation about unions like the CFMEU come up and the $10 million they've received in political donations. Transparency, accountability and integrity are not optional. It doesn't matter what your religion is, your political persuasion, your background or your agenda. Integrity is not an extra, it is an essential element. It's about time Labor walked the talk in relation to integrity. Allowing faith-based funds to deliver inferior returns is not in the best interests of Australians. Why should Australians of faith retire with a lower balance than Australians of no faith? Why should Australians who work in a faith-based employment, such as someone who might be employed by the Australian Catholic University, for example, or someone who might be a teacher in a Muslim school, why should that teacher, why should that nurse that works for an Anglican hospital, why should that worker ultimately end up with less super than someone who works for the state? It's just not right. It's not fair. Why should those faith-based superannuation funds be granted the same assurance? Now, I'm not beating up on organisations of faith. As I said earlier, I'm a committed Catholic, but fair is fair. Alongside many others on this side, I am concerned that there is a slippery slope here. If the Labor government carves out special treatment for faith-based funds, what is next? No fund should have special treatment, allowing them to effectively underperform. All funds should be treated as equal, in the same way that all Australians should be treated as equal. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do support a great deal of this bill. It's going to introduce sensible reforms, particularly in relation to labour mobility. Great to see the Leader of the House in the chamber. This is the Federation chamber. You might be lost. But we do want to work with the government to get this right. It is the very least that we can do for those 16 million hard-working Australians who rely upon their super. I encourage members of the government to look at our amendments, sensible amendments. They are good for Australians, they are good for super, and they are right and fair.
Thank the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Monash.
Monash. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for offering me the invitation to speak on this bill. And I'm not going to take a lot of time of the Federation Chamber. One of the important things in this bill for me is it addresses employment from Pacific Islanders in Australia, their labour mobility clauses and their tax and the tax effect on themselves. So normally, international workers that come from other places would begin to pay 32.5% tax on everything they earn immediately they arrive here. This is unfair to them as compared to other workers who happen to be Australian nationals. So what the government has done in this case is said, all right, we'll start you with a 15% flat rate. So it's a massive change for them, but for their benefit. Why is this so important to me? It is because these workers actually work in my district. They are spread all around my electorate. They are especially useful in the asparagus season and other seasons of import. The system that the government has in place for international workers, especially from the Pacific Islands, has made a marked difference to the viability of many of the farms around where I was born, around where I live. It's no longer in my electorate, but it's still very important to me. And even there's a number of Pacific Islanders now working within the Warragul area that I do represent. So the treatment of the labour mobility program, otherwise known as the seasonal worker program, is of vital importance to me. So I just want to make that point on behalf of my constituency, how important this legislation is. It is basic tax legislation, but it makes a very good point about the seasonal labour mobility program, or the seasonal worker program, and I thank you, Deputy Speaker, for your indulgence to have me allowed to speak on the matter.
I thank the member. And I call the member for Fraser.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned. All of those in favour say aye. Aye. Debate is adjourned and resumption of debate is made an order of the day for the next day of sitting. I call the clerk.
Death of Uncle Jack Charles. Further statements.
And I call the member for Watson.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. And can I say it's the first time I think I've spoken when you've been in the chair, and just want to acknowledge the historic nature of your appointment, Deputy Speaker. It's both an honour and a real sorrow to say a few words about the wonderful Uncle Jack Charles. When he died on the 13th of September, we lost a trailblazer, a fearless truth-teller and a remarkable artist. We lost a beloved and respected elder, gifted actor, musician and potter. And above all, we lost a great Australian whose contribution to our country's culture will outlast us all. Uncle Jack was a true trailblazer for First Nations artists across our country. He spent his life dedicated to telling our diverse Australian stories and advocating for equality and respect. I want to acknowledge three groups of people who'll be especially grieving at this time. First Nations people across our country who knew Jack as king. People who loved drama, on screen or on the stage. And a special acknowledgement to the people of Melbourne. Uncle Jack was always on the streets in Melbourne. He was well known and a well-loved presence in that city. As we try to come to terms with the idea of an Australia without his warm and generous presence, without that great shock of hair and those expressive eyes that danced with such light, I extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends, the wider First Nations community who are grieving his loss. He was an example of tenacity and strength, As a survivor of the stolen generations, Uncle Jack's creativity formed a platform to earnestly share his painful and personal truths. But the toughness of his life never succeeded in hardening his heart. And every time he opened that heart to us, he opened our eyes. Every time he shared himself and his story, he made the rest of us a little bigger and a little better. In the words of Wiradjuri actor Luke Carroll, he was so small in stature, but once he opened his mouth and his voice came out, it could go across the Pacific. I'm so pleased that in his later years, Uncle Jack received the recognition he deserved. He was acknowledged through multiple awards for his life of advocacy, and earlier this year he was celebrated at the NAIDOC as the NAIDOC Male Elder of the Year, honouring his lifetime of activism and his arts contribution. Uncle Jack paved the way in so many ways for the next generation of emerging First Nations artists, and I know the impact of his inspiration will be felt for a very long time to come. He created a window for us to witness the enduring pain amongst his community. He inspired many to persist with sharing their truths and finding strength through that truth. Uncle Jack often stated that his life was saved through theatre and the arts, but he gave so much back to them in return. As the writer and actor Nakia Louis said, he lit up rooms, he lit up screens and stages. Uncle Jack's light has gone out, but his glow remains. And what a source of illumination it is for all of us. May he rest in peace, and as the Minister for Indigenous Australians said this morning, may he rest in power.
I thank the Minister, and I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this very sad motion of condolence for the legendary Uncle Jack Charles. He was a Bunurong, Djadjawurrung, Woiwurrung and Yorta Yorta man. He was born in Naarm at the Royal Women's Hospital in September 5th, 1943, making him, as he said, a Melbourneite. Jack Charles was taken from his mother's arms. His mother lived on the Kamaragundja mission on the Murray River, but growing up, he was denied her existence. At the age of 2, Uncle Jack was placed in the Salvation Army home in Box Hill. At the home, where he was held until he was 13, he was, as he put it, whitewashed. He was regarded as, in his words, an item of interest because he was the only First Nations person. He said the feelings of rejection and isolation were intense. He was told that he was an orphan and denied that he was an Aboriginal. Uncle Jack Charles leaves no heirs, but he leaves us with his story. That's his legacy. Uncle Jack was a powerful storyteller, and his life is a powerful story of someone who is a warrior for his people. Uncle Jack was an elder, a lawman, and an icon of Melbourne's inner north. He was an actor, musician, and potter, a film star, a national treasure, an icon, and we have lost a legend. Now, Uncle Jack was routinely seen, as the previous speaker noted, on the streets of my electorate of Melbourne. While drinking a latte at the Friends of the Earth Cafe on Smith Street in Collingwood, members of the community would approach him to thank him for his inspiration. He created deep impressions and lasting memories. He brought the story of this country, of his experiences of Collingwood and Fitzroy, and the experiences of First Nations peoples to life. Uncle Jack bore the racism and embodied the resilience of his people. He was cheeky in the face of power, the power of the state, to deny his liberty or deny his culture and his existence. Uncle Jack was just one of the stolen generations. He was lied to, told that he was an orphan and that he wasn't Aboriginal, and that he should be glad for what white people had given him. He was incarcerated and abused. He was bashed and raped at the hands of the state by men of the church in institutions which claimed to protect him. He endured a state-sanctioned effort to wipe out First Nations people. And yet, despite these challenges, he radiated sunshine. He radiated joy. And he spoke with the deep tones which carried the voice of an ancient culture and people. He became, according to himself, a Robin Hood of the streets, robbing the rich for the poor, feeding an addiction to deal with his trauma. And yet, by his life's end, he had become a giant, appearing on everything from the Archibalds to Play School to his own stage plays and international film. He became a leader for his people, an advocate for the imprisoned and the addicted. He was the subject of colonisation, and he became the object of adulation. We must cherish his memory and fight for his cause. It was quite a life. A true king, a warrior, a storyteller of the highest order, and he was incredibly funny and deeply serious. He resonated like a voice from the other side of time. He demanded that we understand the history of the warriors of the First Nations, that we understand how they have fought and will continue to fight for justice, for truth and a say. At 15, he met Don Bradman. Years later, he would play the role of Eddie Gilbert on the ABC, the First Nations fast bowler who bowled Bradman out twice for a duck. He had numerous incredible stories which he would share on street corners, like surviving Pentridge and a run-in with Chopper Read, or finding out the identity of his father in 2021. It was in 1970 when Uncle Jack Charles first found the theatre. He described it as a true love, being able to, in his words, be born again. By 1971, he would co-found Australia's First Nations Theatre Company. He named it Ninditana, meaning a place for corroboree, or ours. Uncle Jack would feature in film, TV and on stage, but it was not until later in his life where he really found his voice. As he put it in the film Bastardry about his life, jail and white powders cost him many roles. He treated the pain of his upbringing with heroin and funded his addiction with Bergs. He described them as, quote, rent collecting from a land which he owned. Many of the mansions which he collected rent from sit within the Kulin Nation and sit upon his ancestral country, in a land which has never been ceded. He described the challenges of being a gay First Nations man in the 1950s and 1960s. Quote, he said, in those days you had to keep it dark because it was illegal. And he went on to say, and this is a quote, I remember the days when the police were going around to the tea rooms or the public toilets as cadets to be blood up and bash the poofs. Thankfully, they did it at night and I'm dark so they never saw me, he said. Jack underwent metamorphosis to become, as he put it, a charming old reprobate. He beat his addictions, he trained as an elder and started visiting with First Nations people in prisons. From, again, his words, a rogue and a vagabond to a person of note and a role model, he told the National Portrait Gallery when his iconic image was submitted to the prize. By 2016, he would be Victorian Senior of the Year. Most recently, he was named Elder of the Year by NAIDOC. As I mentioned, staggeringly, it was not until 2021 that Jack truly discovered who his father was or his ancestors were. Uncle Jack's ancestors came from Tasmania, where his 5 times great-grandfather Manala Gena was a leader of the Pirabini Trarulway clan. His ancestor was conned into convincing his people who hadn't been killed or married into white society to move to a death camp on Flinders Island. We all need to know these histories, and we all need to know who we are and where we come from. As Uncle Jack said, it's never too late to learn who we are. Uncle Jack's life shows us why we need a treaty. He told Senator Lydia Thorpe A treaty would mean, quote, we can be treated seriously. And I know that Uncle Jack's passing means a lot for Senator Thorpe, who she counted as a friend. Uncle Jack's life shows us why we need truth. First Nations people have suffered and lost so much. The least we can do is listen. There have been thousands of massacres since colonisation. There have been thousands of stories like Uncle Jack's childhood. We cannot heal and move forward until we take the time to listen. Uncle Jack's story shows us why First Nations deserve truth-telling in this country. For too long, First Nations people have had their children stolen, their country ruined and denied the most basic rights by the Crown, by the Commonwealth, by the states and by the citizens of Australia. We have been uniquely and unapologetically racist towards the people who have inhabited this land for time immemorial. We have not paid the rent. A treaty, according to Uncle Jack, means First Nations people can be treated seriously. Quote in his words, that we can seek an audience as leaders in our own right and our dreaming, our desires can be realised. We need a treaty to have a voice in Parliament, he said. If you want to move on, you have to be honest with yourself. My condolences and deepest respect to his community, to the people of my area who loved him so deeply, to the theatre community of Melbourne, to all who had the pleasure of his company or the company of his stagecraft, to all the young people he mentored and those he inspired, we extend our sorrow at your loss. As his family said, we are so proud of everything he has achieved in his remarkable life. May he be greeted by his ancestors on his return home. Vale, Uncle Jack. Vale.
I thank the member. And I call the member for Newcastle.
And thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a real honour to be able to stand and make a very modest contribution to this condolence motion or statement today. I really want to acknowledge the words of the Minister for Indigenous Affairs earlier today, the Minister for Arts just now, and the member for Melbourne for that really heartfelt and insightful comments, really. I really wanted to just have an opportunity to say thank you. I am so thrilled, really, to have been able to live a life where someone like Uncle Jack Charles was able to be an influencer. That has different meanings, I guess, for many today, but he was truly one of the most remarkable storytellers this country has ever known. And his story, which was so beautifully articulated by the member for Melbourne just now, that story of trauma and struggle and survival, and importantly, determination to ensure that that truth was known, is the most extraordinary and generous gift to all of us in this nation. It is unimaginable, really, the life that he had led for so long, the pain and trauma, that abuse that he experienced as a child, that no child anywhere should ever experience. And yet we know this is still, the shocking episodes of continued out-of-home care that continue to occur here in Australia should remind us all, really, of an obligation to ensure that that stops. That's got to stop in this nation. But he had this amazing life journey that was full of courage and self-discovery, and which eventually led to an understanding of a whole other identity for himself, which he had been denied as a child. And he was, without doubt, a very, very proud First Nations man. And that struggles that he, battled with throughout his life really, led to and he spoke so generously open about his addictions, his experiences of homelessness and crime, the multiple convictions, his experiences of incarceration as a result. But he was always more than all of that adversity that he faced. And he was profoundly shaped by his experiences and dedicated his life to his own truth. And a few people have commented already that he felt that he had been saved by the arts, and I totally understand what he meant there. I think that he was able to, not a trained actor, but yet graces our screen and our stage in a way that, I think many actors who'd spent most of their life at NIDA and trying to get to that point would have been envious of. He was such a voice, such a strong advocate for Aboriginal people, establishing the first Indigenous theatre in Australia. What an extraordinary legacy. Again, I just marvel in the generosity of this man, despite everything. He was so giving of himself and has left such a profound legacy for millions of Australians and those abroad too, to enjoy. As I said, he channelled his own experiences through his career with the arts and was our nation's most remarkable storyteller. He became a mentor, of course, to many, and is fondly known as the grandfather of the Indigenous theatre. He defined an era of Aboriginal storytellers through his natural talent and passion for the theatre, and used his gift of storytelling to make change and blaze a trail for young Indigenous actors. He described himself once a lost boy, now found, and that was his comment upon learning of his father's identity just in last year. In 2009, Uncle Jack was awarded the prestigious Tonawali Award, honouring his lifetime contribution to Indigenous media. He was the recipient of the Green Room Lifetime Achievement Award in 2014. He was named Victorian Senior Australian of the Year in 2016, won the Ochre Award in 2019, and most recently was awarded the NAIDOC Male Elder of the Year in 2022. But no amount of awards or recognition could repay the generosity of Uncle Jack Charles. His deep voice, his cheeky and disarming humour is something that we are all left with as the most beautiful and remarkable gifts. He will live on in the hearts and the screens and the memories and the great recordings of his life journeys and the beautiful songs that he has sung over the years. And I couldn't agree more with the Minister for Indigenous Affairs. If you haven't had an opportunity to watch both the recently, belated, we lost both Uncle Archie Roach and Jack Charles in such a quick succession of each other, but their songs together are a gift for all of us to enjoy forevermore. A great man, loved by many, and an incredible sense of humour, cheekiness and graciousness, who will be admired for all time. Before his passing, Uncle Jack's family sent him off to country. There was a smoking ceremony at the Royal Melbourne Hospital, and he will be honoured with a state funeral next month. May he indeed rest in power. He will be sorely missed by his community, by the entire Australian arts community, by everybody who was indeed touched by his life. And I suspect he got to meet a lot of people living on those streets in Melbourne, of course, but he has impacted literally the lives of millions of Australians, many of whom he would never have met face to face, but that is his legacy, and for that I am, and Australia is, deeply indebted. And Vale, Uncle Jack Charles.
I thank the member. I call the member for Macnamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise to speak about the passing and the life of Uncle Jack Charles. Firstly, as my colleague Linda Burney, the Minister for Indigenous Affairs, did earlier this morning, I too would like to acknowledge Uncle Jack's family, who has given us permission to use his name, and I send my sincerest condolences and sympathies to his family during this time. Uncle Jack Charles was a proud Bunwurrung, Dja-Dja-Wurrung, Woiwurrung and Tuggerang man with strong connections to the community of Macnamara. He was a survivor of the stolen generation. As an infant, he was forcibly removed from his mother by authorities. He endured homelessness, imprisonment and a cycle of addiction for much of his life. But Uncle Jack turned it into something remarkable, and he turned it into an inspiration for others. There's a great film on Netflix called The Art of Incarceration, and the opening of this film, you'll hear Uncle Jack. This film is about turning the lives of First Nations people around and turning the lives of those incarcerated around. It was facilitated and created by an organisation in my electorate called The Torch, which engages with First Nations people and helps them create, Acting Speaker, some of the most magnificent art you could ever lay your eyes on. And all of the proceeds of The Torch goes into rehabilitation and to rebuilding lives. And naturally, Uncle Jack was the perfect fit for a film and a story about turning lives around and about bringing people from incarceration into a better life and a better future. And Uncle Jack used that earthy, deep voice that could easily move past the superficial conversations that usually run our day-to-day lives. That Uncle Jack's soulful voice was able to touch something far deeper and to touch a deeper part of ourselves that made us think, that made us feel, and that made us act. And that was extraordinary. In 1971, Uncle Jack co-founded Australia's first Indigenous theatre group, the Nindathana at Melbourne's Pram Factory, and he is known as the grandfather of black theatre. And although his life was marred with great injustice, trauma and hardship, Uncle Jack remained endlessly generous and a relentless voice for the advocate, a relentless advocate for the underdog. Perhaps something that is spoken a little less is that Uncle Jack was an out and proud gay man. And one of the last public events that Uncle Jack attended was a Wear It Purple Day at the Victorian Pride Centre in the heart of my electorate in St Kilda. And this event was organised by Koori Pride Victoria, one of the permanent tenants of the Pride Centre, and Switchboard Victoria, another outstanding local organisation that both support the LGBTQI+ people in need. The CEO of Koori Pride, Ali Toby, told us about how important it was for queer Aboriginal people to have such a strong role model. Uncle Jack encouraged people to be themselves and to be proud of who they are. At this event, Uncle Jack Charles reminded everyone of the power you can find in telling your own story. And Uncle Jack told stories. He told stories to change hearts and change minds. He used his voice, his remarkable voice. Rest in power, Uncle Jack, and to all his family, Australia grieves alongside you.
I thank the member.
The Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I call the member for Fraser. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Motion seconded.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until Wednesday the 26th of October 2022 at 9:30 a.m.